I'm probably one of the few here when I look on this actual meeting. That was a mayor at the time when county government was different. I can tell you that we worked very diligently with, at the time, Treasurer Jim Rakakis, in which there was no, how do I say this, investment of our county dollars if a bank institution was not going to work with us. So I do hope that that's something that we can look at. And I'm really excited about this. I have to tell you, I think that when you see who's on this Zoom meeting and the idea behind it, I think we can really help our county residents at a time that is so needed. So I thank you, and I'm here to help.
Excellent.
Hey, everyone.
I'm Gary Benjamin. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
No, go, Gary. You first.
Mr. Gary Benjamin, go right ahead.
All right. I guess I got my nose over the wire first there. Gary Benjamin, I'm a civil rights lawyer. I've been doing civil rights work for 40 years now. My interest in community reinvestment got piqued when I was the legal aids advocacy director in Akron, and we organized the Community Reinvestment Coalition there to participate in the Huntington and Fifth Third CBAs that we're talking about here a bit. In Cleveland, since I left legal aid, I've gotten very active, more active in greater Cleveland congregations. I'm here representing that group. We did work in the Noble neighborhood in Cleveland Heights, going door to door and identifying bad houses in bad shape, and looking at who owned them. And it turned out that US Bank was the biggest mortgagor in Cleveland Heights and gave us the most trouble. So we complained to the Office of the Comptroller of Currency and got their attention and started having meetings with them, which went on for 2 or 3 years, and they ended up funding some nonprofits and changing some of their ways. So we've seen firsthand on the ground the effect that these mortgage lenders can have on neighborhoods, because we had some places where whole blocks were in trouble.
On the project. So the TIF funded the issuances of several bonds by various entities, including the Port Authority, the state, and the county. Then next in priority to that, the bond funding was a sequence of various public debt, the first position of which was a $30 million HUD 108 loan issued by the city of Cleveland. And then we had some additional debt further down in the structure. So the way that this capital was funding was to be supported by a TIF and revenue based on from the parking garage that was developed as part of the site. The project's parking revenue projections and TIF projections were always a little bit soft, and we've been able to work through over the last 9 years or so since this project's been in place. But over the past several years, there's been some real revenue shortfalls, which has impacted the ability of the project to service any debt beyond the TIF bonds. So we've received small payments, but not nearly sufficient to cover our debt service on our Section 108 loan. And then the items further down the list were not being paid at all. So we've been in the process of working through a program on which we could help to generate additional revenue to support this project over a longer window. And the resolution that we've reached has been the extension of the non-school TIF pursuant to a new piece of legislation that came out of the State House last year. This TIF extension will wind up creating additional revenues allow for some refinancing to generate some cash to cure the delinquencies today and put the project in a better position to use these revenues to implement the repayment of the city's debt over the remaining 10 years of our Section 108 loan terms. So right now, the principal balance on that Section 108 is about $22 million. We're owed an additional about $2.5 million on a payment that's due on some of our additional subordinate debt. Implementing this extension will allow for a restructuring and curing of the delinquencies and put us in a much stronger, much sounder position to ensure that our debt gets paid over the remainder of the term of our loan. I guess with that, I'll just ask if Ryan or Adam have anything else they want to throw in there to help that I might have missed.
No, I think, Director, that was a good summary. I would just add that this new law just allows us to extend, again, the non-school piece of the TIF. It's a very short window of time. We only have till the end of the year. And it allows us to issue new bonds to refinance the original bonds from phase 1 and phase 2 and take advantage of the very low interest rates. So it creates additional cash flow in this public waterfall and for the next 40 years without impacting the schools, and should be looked upon as a positive without impacting any direct city revenues that are being paid at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Director, do you have anything further?
No.
Okay. So let me, and just for those that were tuned into development planning sustainability, it was suggested yesterday that this didn't expire, that there wasn't a time sensitivity at the end of the year for this one. And since that time, we've been made aware that the authority to enter into this TIF indeed expires 12/31 of this year. So the window is only open for a short period of time, which is why Columbus acted and with the Polaris Center. Westlake did use the same tool just recently, but come 12/31, this window will close. So I just wanted to clarify why we're hearing this today. And Director, we what this would do for us is there's $22 million that is owed to the city in HUD 108 loans, right?
Correct.
And the 2.5 is subordinated debt?
Correct.
And are our payments behind in both buckets, or is it all just one lump sum?
There's a sequence. So first is the TIF bonds. Next in line then is our HUD 108 loan. Then there's a few other lenders, and then the remaining subordinate debt is fifth on the list behind about another $10 million or so in debt.
Okay. And what's the delinquency today?
Right now, we are about $4 million behind on the Section 108 loan.
Okay. And upon refinancing this TIF, is that $4 million going to be payable immediately, or how is that going to be structured?
It'll be paid as part of the refinancing. So when they refinance the debt, the proceeds will flow through and we'll get a check.
And they'll catch up on that $4 million?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the short-term gain, is that which is owed.
The $4 million and the $2.5 million will be taken out as well. So we'll net both pieces.
On the front end of the transaction?
At closing, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so at the close, so if we move forward at the close, we will essentially be made whole on the delinquencies of the $4 million and the 2.5 in subordinated debt.
Exactly.
Okay. And that would happen in January?
I would say, and I'll go to Ryan and Adam, I would say probably late first quarter. It'll probably take a couple months to pull the documents together, take the bonds to market and so forth. So probably by March or April, I would say when we'd anticipate closing. Ryan or Adam, anything different on that?
No, I'd say it's a fairly complicated transaction, but we've already done a lot of work with the director, met with the Port Authority, have others in the waterfall that have to work with us in terms of the consents. But we're about 9 months into this work. We're certainly motivated to take advantage of low interest rates and close this as soon as possible. But the director's timeframe, I think, is the best estimate we could hope for at this point.
Okay. So we will be paid somewhere in the April neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Director, what other tools are available to the city of Cleveland as far as this debt goes?
Sure. I think we've looked at we've looked at this for a couple of years and have really worked hard to try to find a solution. And I mean, the only other solution I think that is on the table would be a aggressive collection approach, which I would recommend against, and would be would create real challenges for this development and future development in the city.
Right. And what would the future health of the development look like if this TIF is not extended?
It makes it really challenging to move forward with bringing in any additional capital to move any significant future development forward, to leave this debt service in place and have these liens and these challenges out there.
And are those the only two tools that are available to us right now?
Yes, I think so. We had looked at some other items historically. Those had been ruled out, and really at this point, these are the options we have.
Yeah. So, but at a minimum, in the short term, the $6 million would be repaid in April.
Correct.
$6 million. Okay. Let's see. Councilman Brancatelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for getting this on, in light of the new information regarding the deadline that we were not aware of at the time. Is there, to the chairman, to the director, is there additional reserves that are going to be put in place? I mean, the payments have not been made. The project itself isn't cash flowing. This just helps refinance it. It doesn't guarantee we're going to continue to get payments. How do we deal with reserves so that we continue to get paid and protect our HUD 108?
Sure. So this gives us a couple of options. One, because it lays out this income stream, it provides for this long-term income stream, which gives us then additional abilities to refinance and bring in additional capital in the future. Secondly, by reducing the rates on the TIF bonds that are more senior to us, then that also generates additional cash flow to come through down the waterfall over to us. And then by eliminating a lot of the additional debt, it also reduces the cash flow burden on the project, which frees up additional cash flow to us. So the problem here is really more of a cash flow than a reserve problem. And this restructuring reduces a lot of the stresses on the cash flow, which frees up additional cash flow to strengthen our position.
So if I walk through some of the city's loans that are out there now, the city core city loan, which was about $6 million, you said that was being negotiated as a discounted prepayment?
Yeah, that had been negotiated as a discounted prepayment previously, and so that prepayment will be made with this closing.
And what is that amount?
It's $2,500,000 and so $1,000. It's I think $2,583,000 or something.
Okay,
right around that number.
And then the VPI loan is also negotiated as a discounted prepayment?
The VPI loans are subject to forgiveness as part of the phase 2 job creations, and so those we check annually. So those would be due to be submitted this month. As of December 19, when we last annually checked, they were up for, they'd met the job requirements.
Okay, so both the phase 1 and the phase 2 have met those?
Yes.
Okay. And the rest of them were the CPP and our bonding, those were all, geo bonds, those were all grants to begin with. A question on so knowing that we have this this deadline, there are, this was a real specific carve out with the state. The concerns that we had raised earlier, that in terms of setting precedent, the precedent goes away December 30th because it will no longer be available, is my understanding.
Right. For all existing projects in place, it's no longer available at this point in time. Yes.
Okay. And the term sheet, as I was trying to understand the term sheet on, what was paid, what are the relevant expenses in the project itself. This your understanding, and I'm not sure if this is an Adam or a Ryan question, this meets all those criteria that was set up for the state for this extension?
Yes, our understanding, and we reviewed it again with law that we've met the criteria.
Okay. And maybe Adam or Ryan can speak. One of the things that when we met with the developer was talking about backfilling the vacancies and that whether this gets refinanced or not, that there's a significant number of vacancies, but there was a plan laid out that, we have a lot of leads. We're looking at filling those vacancies, and we have new retail coming in and new restaurants coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I defer to Ryan and Adam on that to talk on that.
Yeah, so this is Adam Hill. They do have, they have been leasing up. Obviously, it's in the middle of COVID, but there are several newly signed leases on the property to fill some of the empty space.
Okay, and I some of them that were outlined to us, I affirm that there's these are real positive generators, and hopefully once we get through the pandemic and summertime is here, we'll be doing some ribbon cuttings there. And then what was also outlined, and you mentioned, Director, in the next phase is that the parking lots. There's ongoing negotiations, and I don't know if Ryan or Adam want to, without getting too specific, but there's a significant interest in starting these next phases.
Yeah. So, this would only add to the waterfall that we're speaking to. It would only strengthen the returns that come through in terms of the TIF and parking revenues. So that is correct, Councilman. And we have not made those assumptions in our refinance for the March-April timeframe. But that would only create additional cash flow in the waterfall for future phase 3 and 4, which are very far along. Can't really speak to those details because it's in the middle of planning and we haven't presented those yet, but that's correct.
Yeah, so when I look at the massing and I look at Director Ebersol outlined yesterday, showed the site plans of what this could like and what the massing would look like on those. I think that this is an opportunity for us to help set that table for future development, which is going to be significant. And I know most likely we'll be back here to talk about that, and hopefully sooner than later. But if we aren't able to stabilize the current financial structure, I think the rest of this, those dominoes don't fall in place. And so I think having those reserves and looking at paying on the back assessments that are due, I think those were, and I had a pretty thorough briefing previously, so I appreciate the information on this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where we are right now, when did the company start having a struggle with being able to, on the original deal, make payments?
Director?
To the councilman, we've been working on this payment structure for years. So the delinquency currently right now goes back to the last refinance in 2016, but the challenges have really been exacerbated the last couple of years.
And what, so they started, Mr. Chairman, so for clarification, they started struggling with being able to satisfy the original agreement in 2016?
Yes, that's what yes.
And what was the cause?
To the councilman question, I mean, I think this was a deal that was structured in 2010 coming out of the recession and was an exceptionally thin deal that, all parties took on a fair amount of risk and to try and get some development going coming out of the recession. And so we had a pretty thin margin for error, and we came down, I think, just a little bit on the wrong side of that, but it was a risk well worth taking given, I think, the amount of positive development on that project.
So then they were good all the way up from 2010 to 2016, and
so
is what you're saying.
Well, no. So what I'm saying is we were able to do a similar refinancing in 2016, which helped clean up some of the loose ends, get the project in a better position, but we've still been struggling since that point. And so that's current delinquency that we're talking about dates to that.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, to the director, when you say that there were vacancies, what is the capacity right now? I would presume this is the occupancy, correct? Now,
Yes.
Can you go and explain that so I can understand it?
Sure. If you look at the Flats East Bank project today, the office tower is in pretty sound shape from an occupancy perspective. The apartments are in a pretty sound shape from an occupancy perspective, but there's been some challenges on the retail side. There's several vacant storefronts in the retail space for a variety of reasons. The most recent of which, of course, is COVID. And we've been working with the development team on, talking about some strategies to help refill those.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, so what is the occupancy of the retail space right now? Are they 75% full, 90% full? What are we talking about?
I would ask, Ryan or Adam to give an exact number, percentage-wise, so I don't get it wrong.
But the newly signed leases, there was about 10,500 square feet that was vacant. That space is being split into 3 spaces, and there's signed leases on all 3 of those spaces. And then there's a part of phase 1 that is currently vacant, and they're in negotiations with an operator to get somebody in there.
So I guess it didn't answer my question. I'm sorry, Mr. Adam. You have, when you look at your retail space, what is your occupancy? Is it 50%? Are we looking at 20%? Is the reason why we're having financial issues?
Yeah, so the phase 2 retail building 4 is, I don't have that here, but I could calculate it real quick. So the occupancy there is at 83%, and
I'm sorry, I didn't.
83%. And
you had 83.
Yeah, 83%.
Well, that's good. You had 83% occupancy in your retail. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Yes.
Adam, your sound keeps cutting in and out.
I'm sorry. Is this better?
Marginally. We heard 83% retail occupancy. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's additional leases that have been signed. They have not moved in yet. Their build outs will be starting soon.
So you're talking about, is that a part of the 83%, or once it's built out, that'll increase the percentage?
That would get, so building 4 is the retail underneath the apartments in the flats. That would get that building almost 100% full. The outlots that are along the water, including Margaritaville, Forward, and the 2 on the water are open for business. And then that leaves one spot in phase
So
one.
Councilman, I think the answer to your question is no, the 83 does not include those new leases. Those new leases will be on top of that.
Thank you, Mr. President, for helping the distinguished gentleman. and Mr. Chairman, to well, I would presume it would be Mr. Adam or to whomever can answer the question. What is the occupancy rate of your tenants in your apartments?
The residential, what's the residential occupancy?
I believe that is, I'd have to look back at actual today, but I think it's in the 84% is where I think it is, the last report I saw.
Yeah, that's been typical. Our reporting's been in the mid 80s on occupancy.
And to the councilman, I'd say the biggest vacancy challenge from a shortfall standpoint has been the parking revenues. The parking revenues were 7 figures below the original projections, and that's caused one of the major disruptions in the cash flow. So even though the mid 80s may seem, pretty good, obviously we want to be in the 90s. We're still really far below what the original underwriting was when those bonds were issued, and the HUD 108 was issued in 2009 and 2010.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, what was your name, sir?
Ryan Summers.
And what was the projections, Mr. Chairman, to the director, where we fell short in our parking revenue? Causing us to be where we are will be the first question. And then well, I'll let you answer that, and then I have 2 more, and then I'll be finished, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So the initial parking study, back in 2008, 2009, came out with a revenue projection, and I can't tell you what it is off the top of my head, but the reality is the shortfall, like Mr. Summers said, has been really about $1 million plus on parking revenue.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, to the director, certainly to Mr. Summers and to Mr. Adam and to the East Base Flats operation, this council certainly supports being able to keep our city strong. Given the fact that we're doing this, we're changing things around to give you a little bit more, I'm not sure if I can say cushion, or will give you a better ability or capacity to make payments. How do we know, and how can we guarantee, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. President, to the director, that they will keep their end of the bargain on this new deal?
Sure. So to the councilman's question, the distribution of the TIF proceeds are governed by a trustee agreement with Huntington Bank as a trustee. And so all this revenue source has to get distributed pursuant to that agreement. So there's not a way by which this revenue could not be used to support our debt and our financing. And so, so that's how the process in place is. The revenues are legally bound to service our debt.
Councilman Jones, can I add a quick point, if it's okay with you, Councilman?
Yes, please, Mr. President.
The question is in terms of what is the city's security? When the TIF is refinanced, the trustee agreement will govern the fact that we get our money up front on the front end of this deal, our 6.5 million. And Director or Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but nothing changes the notion that our interest is still secured by the trust, by the family trust for the city's portion of that. That's correct?
Correct. That's correct. That's correct, Council President.
On the front end, when the refinance happens, get our 6.5 million, then it'll be business as usual. And if ever a point comes where we are not being paid, we still have our interest secured by the trust.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a number of questions. through the president to Mr. Summers and Mr. Hill. I'm sorry if I missed it. I didn't hear you introduce yourselves. I don't know how you fit into this project. Can you please introduce yourselves?
Please. Director, why don't you introduce your guest and
Sure. Sure. Ryan and Adam are both financial advisors to the development team, and Ryan works with project management consultants, and Adam works with my firm that escapes me, but it's one of the big accounting firms. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
Yeah, Cohen and Company.
Cohen and Company.
They're based in downtown Cleveland.
Thank you. I wanted that context.
Run it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
So through the president, through the chairman to Director Ebersol, I think, my challenge here is the timing of this coming before council this morning. I was following DP&S yesterday to some degree. I saw some reporting that my colleagues, they heard about this project. They made the judgment yesterday that they wanted to hear from the developer, and that all were in agreement that the wise next step was to be a little bit more cautious and judicious, and that more information was needed. And I thought that was a great outcome. I thought hearing directly from the developer would have been beneficial to this process. And I'm a little, even though we've learned that a piece of information was missing and this had to come back before the body this morning, I am really not pleased with the timing on this. I thought that would have been the appropriate approach. And in all honesty, I think it is still appropriate to hear from the developer. Also, from a timing point of view, so again, my first question really has to do with timing. And sort of, we are not being given the process that I think is befitting here. So the second piece of timing is, if this has been worked on and looked at for the past 2 years, why does this feel like an 11th hour ask? I take you at your word that you've looked at options and that this is the best option being recommended. But when I looked real quickly, as well, you were hearing the presentation about Columbus, their council acted in November. So clearly there's been some notice, and there would have been some time to, again, be a little more thoughtful. So I'm not clear why this is a fire drill.
All right, if you want, Mr. Chairman, I can speak partly to that.
Councilman Brancatelli?
Yeah, thank you. That part of this falls through our committee. This came to us the second half of the year, and there wasn't this sense of urgency. We were not made aware of the deadline. We thought there was more time on this legislation. We did have an opportunity for some of our leadership to meet with the developer and get some of that background information that we needed in order for this to get scheduled, so that we were more informed as to what the need was and what the demands were. And then we were also looking at, because we did not have that end of the year deadline, or know of that end of the year deadline, there were other financing options that we were looking at. And, we talked about SB 39, the transformational mixed use development project funding. There's other potential state funding. There was some funding previously that ended up not coming through. So it was to see, were there other options? And I think that the chairman, the council president noted in his discussion with the director that what are the other options? Those other options are gone. So they're not available at this point in time, given the deadline that we have. And so, we potentially could have scheduled this sooner had we known that deadline, but we weren't aware of that. And I think having this deadline in front of us makes it seem like a fire drill. But we have met with the developer, and we've had worked with the director of ED to understand the impact of that and what the payments are. So it was a little bit of a more important. It really was a moment of wait. This is a deadline that was just brought into us, which we thought we did not have to face when we were hearing this yesterday, but now it's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
I mean, I don't have anything to add to what Councilman Brancatelli said.
Thank you.
I would just say thank you, Councilman Brancatelli, for shedding more light on your process. But I think that's my precise point. If there was this major end of year deadline, why did the committee not even know about it yesterday? So to whomever was responsible for communicating this information to council or to contributing to this process, that was a failure in this process. And I don't know, sometimes we learn through failure, but this, I'm kind of shocked here. If this was such a major deadline and somehow it wasn't known until yesterday, I'm extremely surprised to hear that. So if no other outcome, please, whomever was responsible for that, please do not make the same mistake again. Mr. Chair, I do have a couple more questions.
Please.
So I am not a development finance expert. I have some, this is not totally Greek to me, but nor am I fluent in this. I don't know if I can speak for my other colleagues. This is a lot of information to digest. So I think it's really important that we be honest and transparent about that. And again, I appreciate the good judgment of my colleague, Councilman Brancatelli, who has explored other options and met with the developer. And I know that you, Director Ebersol, are coming forth with saying this is the best option. That said, I would like some plain English explanations if possible in two ways. One is, you know, what are the consequences for not doing this? If we take no action before the end of the year, what are the consequences?
Director?
To the Councilwoman, so we have a delinquent loan that does not have sufficient revenue to service the outstanding debt. So we have about $6 million that we are owed. That number only increases each year as the revenue shortfalls are in place. So that's money that we have to cover somehow. HUD money ultimately we owe the federal government for on a Section 108 loan. So that's money that we would have to scramble to find. And the current financial situation is not tenable. So if we do not choose to go down that route, then really our only posture would be either to eat it ourselves or to pursue an aggressive collections effort, which would have significant negative consequences on this development and on, I think, on the development community in Cleveland writ large.
Thank you, Director. I do have a follow-on question to that. Is there a blended approach? Is the developer willing to make any contribution to this? What I'm hearing, so parsing this a little bit, I'm hearing us jumping from a 30-year TIF to a 60-year TIF. Is there such thing as a 45-year TIF? Is there splitting the difference? Is there the developer coming forward with some of their own funds or equity? Again, I would have much preferred, I appreciate the dilemma before the body today, but I would have tuned in had DPS, been able to meet with the developer in that setting. So is there such a thing as a developer contribution or, not jumping from 30 to 60 years with a TIF?
Sure. So on the timing question, the way that I think this ultimately works out to our best benefit includes this refinancing today, but also this future refinancings, which will generate additional cash, which further support the project. And so right now, the refinancing we're contemplating looks at a 35-year window on the TIF revenues. And so if you project that out, you're well into the existing 30 years. And then as you look at that as a future refinancing in 4, 5, 6 years, now you start to hit into that 30-year window. And so that's why having that revenue stream is ultimately important, because that revenue stream forms the basis on which we are ultimately repaid. And then, on the developer contribution, there's significant obligations that the developer has pertaining to this project on a pretty significant and substantial first mortgage debt, and additional costs into the project, both on phase 1 and phase 2. The developer put additional cash into the project in the millions of dollars as costs came in above projection. And so, you know, our evaluation is that this waterfall was ultimately designed to be funded through these resources. And so this is part of keeping with that.
And if I can, Councilwoman, the financing sheet that I had sent out the other day shows that developer equity increased at $75 million through phase 1 and phase 2. And without really living history, because I know we have this is a complicated deal that started, I think, with the groundbreaking was 2005 or the first, before we got to 2010. I mean, it was at the absolute height of the meltdown at 2005 through 2010. And there was a significant amount of debt and a significant amount of environmental cleanup that occurred during the ramp up. And I think so the extraordinary cost of this project early on really is what saddled it with significant debt that would not have been, if we had broken this project out into pieces. It's a 23-acre site. It is cash flowing in terms of what we anticipated, in terms of the job creation, which it's hitting its numbers, in terms of the income tax for the occupants of the apartments, which it's hitting its numbers. We are getting those benefits. And the other benefit, which I think Michelle Jarbo from Cranes had reported about the developer talking about the additional costs of CMSD and the levies that were passed, you know, over $15 million additional dollars to the school district. The second TIF is a hold harmless TIF for the school district. So the school district will get additional dollars out of that second TIF. So if we're looking at that as a, you know, what would this development, next level of development look like over the next 30 years? Those two bigger projects and getting those other phases in hit the mark of what we would have done. So it's a complication of extended significant debt on the front end when this first got put together in a very complicated. If you look at the director, I forget, 35 sources of funding and the baklava of level of financing in this one, certainly well beyond my level of debt packaging that I've ever done. Those 35 different funding sources created a very complicated waterfall. And I know Ryan and I don't want to relive that history of how this first started, but that's how we are here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for the clarification, Councilman. And I don't want to encroach on the Councilwoman's time, but I just want to just put one point out, and Director or Chairman Brackettel, you can tell me if I'm wrong, which is in terms of how we look at this. Flats East Bank was a very complicated deal with, I thought it was over 40 financing partners, and it was very complicated. What's before us today is less complicated. What's before us today is our piece of it, our $22 million in HUD 108 loans and the 2.5 in subordinated debt. Question is, how do we best protect the city's interest and from just a financial perspective, and then how do we, you know, we all want entertainment districts to succeed. What would happen if we do nothing? Then what happens to this development that we have the skin in? But I think we could talk for days about the complications of the Flats East Bank project and the different financing techniques that were used. But I think the ordinance 673, it contemplates how do we protect the city's interest in our 24.5 million and the success of this project. But is that accurate, Director?
That's accurate.
Councilwoman, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated the clarification from Councilman Brancatelli that in other ways this project is meeting expectations in terms of revenues. I'm curious, just again, for some kind of in plain English explanation of what is the risk to the city of this additional 30-year TIF, meaning does it affect our bond ratings? I mean, what are the risks that it's not all rosy, right? There's a trade-off. So what is the trade-off? What are the risks?
Director?
Sure. I mean, so, you know, a TIF revenue is a portion of the property tax. You know, the property tax roughly splits 60% to the school district. 40% is then divided up amongst several jurisdictions, including the county, the city, and a couple of other jurisdictions. And, ultimately, ultimately our predominant basis of revenue is income tax. And so a project such, such as the flats, I think, the Councilman Brickatelli touched on that earlier, that really helps generate and support a tremendous amount of income tax. That's the benefit here that we're helping to buttress. So yes, there's a trade-off, but I think we're strengthening what is a more significant component for us. And in fact, the income taxes off the project are more substantial than, whatever the foregone property tax is at this point.
Thank you, Director. And through the chairman to the director, I do have one more question, which is, I'm still not totally clear what success looks like. I'm clear that we're restructuring some debt, but if the project had some restructuring in 2016 already, and if I'm not mistaken, 2016 to 2020 was a pretty good economy. If there was going to be any shot of having retail vacancies filled, apartments, the parking, office, the last 4 years should have demonstrated what success looks like for this project. So I'm not clear, are we really solving the core challenges of this project, and what does success look like for this project?
Sure, Councilwoman. The problem we're trying to solve here is a outstanding debt by which there is not sufficient revenue to service. And so by extending this TIF, we're creating an additional revenue stream, which helps to support the outstanding debt that we have. And so, our evaluation is that the revenues as projected get us where we need to be. And so that's why we're recommending proceeding today.
I understand that from the debt perspective. I'm talking about the project itself, meaning what occupancy rates does Flat Seats Bank need to succeed? Again, if the last 4 years we couldn't get there, what reason do we have to believe, how are we going to get there? And maybe this is more of a question for Mr. Hill or Mr. Summers in terms of those occupancy rates. I don't know, but I'm just curious. The future is always uncertain in terms of economy and so forth. And again, I'm surprised, having heard that there was some restructuring in 2016. We haven't gotten where we need to be, right, with this project. So does the developer have any insights on that? How is this project gonna perform?
To the chairman, to the councilwoman, I'm happy to address some of those points. I think the two major things that this allows for future development opportunities because of the challenges with the waterfall and shortfall in cash flow. It's nearly impossible to start new phasing. The current bonds basically don't allow that or any new TIF revenues to be monetized. In addition, it further stabilizes the existing phases because I think it was described perfectly from the council president and the chair that we were always somewhat digging out of the hole of the Great Recession. And think of it as really, we have a 30-year mortgage with the existing TIF bonds, a 20-year HUD 108. And every year that goes by that we can repay that debt is better. But we were only, in 2016, we were only 3 years out of completion after a major debt financing during, right out of the Great Recession. So while it was perfect economic conditions for other development projects in the region, it was still, we were very much challenged by the Great Recession and the legacy debts and costs related to environmental cleanup, very high land acquisition costs and infrastructure. So, being just 3 years out of completion, 1 year out of that from phase 2 completion, we're very still a new project, even though we're 15 years into it. So our hope is this stabilizes us. We can look 15 years ahead, and would have paid off the 108. We will still have 25 years of bondable TIF revenues in the future. And again, I think to the director's point, there's a very small slice of this TIF revenue that goes to the city, and the schools are made whole this is really an economic development tool. This is not a grant or a tax credit we're requesting from the city. We just want to put this tool in place that provides for further runway to repay debt and create cash flow and develop future phases.
Thank you, Mr. Summers, for that explanation. And Mr. Chairman, I will just conclude by saying that I don't envy our situation of having to make a decision on this today. I would have liked more time to hear more about this project. The silver linings, having listened to this for me so far, if there are any, that no impact on the schools and that this would not set a precedent for any existing projects. I'm unclear about, are we setting precedent for future projects, but I will conclude my comments with that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Aren't you glad you signed up for this?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to Director Ebersol, Councilman Brackatelli mentioned this was 23 acres. Is this 23 acres of one parcel? Does one person own the 23 acres?
Functionally, yes.
Okay. And who actually owns this property? Who owes the debt to the city?
It's a collection of various LLCs that ultimately go back to the Wolstein Group.
Okay. So it's so is it the Wolstein Group that owes the money to the city?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm following this correctly, the total money owed to the city is 24.5 million, I think Council President mentioned, for the whole project.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but there's 6.5 million behind in their payments.
Yes.
I'm really trying to keep it as simple as simple as possible. What is the value of the property?
I mean, the value of the property, with I'd have to speculate over the
guesstimate.
It's several $100 million.
Okay. And how long has the Wolstein Group owned the property?
Dating back to the project started coming together about 2005, 2006 into the ground, and so there was assembly before that.
Okay. And of the 23 acres, is it all fully developed, or is there still more building that needs to be done, Mr. President, to the director?
No, there's still more development sites that we're hoping to see developed.
Okay. And how much of the acreage is that, do you know?
Off the top of my head, it's probably roughly half developed. There's at least one more large parcel, the large parcel for development, that could be similar to the existing phases, and then probably two other smaller parcels for smaller development.
Okay. And then if this passes today, Mr. President, to the director, you're stating that by end of first quarter next year, the 6.5 million will be made good to the city, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I never want to guarantee how fast banks will move, but yeah, in the end of first quarter or maybe April next year, we'll do the refinancing and we'll close up.
Director, just to clarify, upon closing, we get our money.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. But then there's still 18 million left to the city.
Correct.
Now, would the Wolstein Group, Mr. President, to the director, have the 60 years to pay back the additional 18 million until the TIF ends?
Yeah, the payments have to be made by 2031. That's the maturity date on our debt, and so they will do a combination of servicing our debt from the TIF revenue streams and then take us out as part of a refinance of the future revenue streams.
So they would have until 2031 to pay back the $18 million.
It expires at the end of the year 2030.
Okay,
yes.
So it expires at the end of the year. So they have another 10 years to pay back the 18 million, right? And then what happens? Do they make payments along the way, or
yes, payments along the way?
Okay, And then what happens, because I'm assuming that they should have been making payments along the way up until now. So what happens if they don't continue to make their payments?
So the way that we anticipate this working would be, we would either A, be able to tap into the developer's resources itself, or B, would see another refinancing event take place
Like
from
we're-
this revenue stream to generate additional cash.
We're doing now.
Yeah, except we would not need to authorize it. So we've
Okay.
authorized this revenue stream, so they would just refinance again.
Okay. So with an 83% retail occupancy and an 84% residential occupancy, it just appears to me that they shouldn't, that's pretty successful as they've gotten here now. When would this extension of the TIF end? A 60-year TIF, not many people on this call right now are even going to be around, let alone be in the positions that they have in 60 years. At what year, because they're 10 years into a 30-year TIF, correct?
Yeah, it would be 2070 pay in 2071.
Okay, 2071. Mr. President, and my own personal belief is we've got a big developer here who has gotten into some financial trouble, and they're looking for the city to bail them out. And as the chair of utilities, I remember sitting around, and we've got 30, 40, 50-year contracts with individuals, and we as a council have been asking, why do we sign those? Why do we get into those? A 60-year TIF, it just seems to be too long. They haven't figured it out in the 10 years that they've been into it. They have 20 years to go on that, and extending a TIF for another 30 years, I believe personally, is just too long. Therefore, I won't be supporting this, but I look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And Councilman Casey, if I could speak real quickly on the ownership.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah, so one of the unique components of this, and I think it speaks a little bit to Councilman Spencer's question on the public good. Just to remind folks that the walkway and the boardwalks, one of the things negotiated as part of it, those are public, that's public access. And I think that was important to the administration and the council at the time that this got put together. Those are public access walkways along our riverfront. And also, we own the roadway, but the developer is responsible for maintaining the roadway. So even though, if you go back and then look at the plat maps, just to be clear, of the 23 acres, the roadway is still owned by the city, but the developer is responsible for maintaining that roadway. So that we do own a portion of that land. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further, just make sure that we're characterizing this properly. This isn't a bailout. We're not giving them any money. We're not providing anything. We're allowing a tool so that they can pay us back the money that is owed to us. We're still going to be paid back according to schedule 2031. None of that changes. It's just this tool changes, and we're really left with, if you think that's too long, if you don't like that, I think the question is this less bad than the alternative, which is to sue the developer? And
Right, and I wasn't saying anything negative. This is just my perception of it. But the ultimate goal here is to get the original, to get our money back.
that's the goal. That is the ultimate goal. Councilman Charles Slife.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and bear with me because my notebook is full of scribbles. There's a lot to take in, and that's why I made the motion yesterday to table this in DPS. I guess we're 2 weeks out from Festivus, but I'd like to begin with airing my grievances. I'm generally a nice guy, but there's no way to make me angrier faster than to kind of take advantage of the fact that I'm generally a nice guy. There's an entire apparatus in Cleveland City Hall that is supposed to communicate with council. If this has been going on for 2 years, I know I've only been here for one of them, but I don't understand why most of the members of council have not heard about this beforehand. There's an office in the mayor's there's an office within the mayor's office that is supposed to be our liaison. And I agree with Councilwoman Spencer's characterization of this as a fire drill. It's an unnecessary fire drill. It's frustrating. Here we are, but we need to do better. Please, I can't get blue in the face talking about communication in these meetings. I need to understand why suing the developer who offered a personal guarantee is not a viable option. If we offer that on a number of different financial deals, and it seems like we're offering it again for the next 30 years. If we're not willing to act on that, what's the value of it as collateral? We might as well be taking Beanie Baby collections as collateral on major economic development loans.
Director, if you could just answer that specific question in terms of the tools that are available.
Sure. Yeah. So we have we established a reserve. We have a trust guarantee, and it's the challenge here is that we created a deal that was structured through TIF bonds and subordinate debt, with the view being that in the project as it was, that we would use those revenues to support that project. And so, in looking forward, looking to this project, which was a substantial investment, I think there's a legitimate risk that in pursuing it aggressively, we create a impediment to future development within the city of Cleveland on this type of scale, which is a type of development that I believe that we certainly need.
My counter argument to that would be that we risk not being taken seriously as an entity that requires collateral to offer public dollars to incentivize development. And I know that yesterday the concern had been that this would set a precedent for other projects to have TIFs extended. That is clearly no longer on the table, we realize. However, I do fear that there is a precedent that us as a financial institution is not taken seriously. And I think the average citizen watching this knows that when you're behind in your car payment, you can't go to the bank and ask to double the length of your car payment. They're going to repossess your car. And that I understand all of the externalities but I'm frustrated, and I need to share that I'm frustrated. For the HUD 108 loan, correct me if I'm wrong, the payments to HUD are currently delinquent.
No.
If
the payments to us are currently delinquent.
And we are fronting the money to HUD, and we need to be reimbursed.
We had reserves in place at the time of closing to go against that. Those reserves have been exhausted. And so now we're really into that point now where in 2021, we would face that problem.
Okay. And at what point, if that loan were to become delinquent with the federal government, would HUD be knocking on our doors for collection? Because if members don't realize this loan is secured by our block grant dollars. It is coincidentally very similar to the amount of block grant allocation we got this past year. So what we're really is on the table is negating 1 year of block grant. Is that correct?
That's not correct. So we have a structure, we have a similar payment structure to HUD. So each year annually, our principal payment is 2.2 million or so. So that's, that would be the annual risk.
Okay. So we're losing maybe 10% of our block grant allocation if these trends continue with that allocation from HUD.
Or yes.
Okay. How much money is currently owed by this property to CMSD? Are they delinquent in their payments to CMSD?
So all taxes have been paid to CMSD. There's a roughly $1 million payment that would be made as part of the closing of this transaction.
Got it. Councilwoman Spencer asked this, but I'd like to ask it again. Why 30 years? Why not 10 or 15? I know that the law allows for 30 years, but it is 30 years required. Was that calculated into this analysis of is 30 years the only option?
Through our analysis and underwriting of the revenue stream, we feel that a 30-year extension is the extension that is necessary in order to secure our debt obligations.
And this may be a better question for the developers, what is the typical lifespan? I mean, I know we like to think that new projects are forever, but I think that projects generally have a lifespan. You build that into your financing. And the root of my question is, whether it's the status of the development 50 years from now or the value of the trust 50 years from now, how are we, what assurance do we have that there's value throughout the duration of this extension?
Well, I mean, I guess I would take a start at it. If you look at development now that is 40, 50, 60 years old in the downtown office market, it's retaining a significant amount of value. And as on the downside, you have property values go down as they age, but at the same time, values go up over time with inflation. And so those tend to kind of work in conflict. And so they retain a pretty sound amount of value. I think we can be pretty confident that this will retain that.
Councilman Slife, can I have a point on your question?
Go ahead.
So in terms of value, we don't know what the value is going to be, but am I correct that we only really, to the extent that that's a concern, we only need to worry about the value through 2030 because we're going to be paid back our chunk by 2030. So we've got 9 to 10 years to worry about value. Is that accurate?
We're refinancing beyond that window,
Okay.
but you're still making those decisions based in the current window. So by and large, 90% of the risk valuation, I mean, Ryan or Adam, I might be overstating that, but it's going to be based on current values.
Okay, Councilman, sorry about that.
Well, thank you. Losing my train of thought. Please explain to me in simple English, don't say waterfall, why refinancing and TIF have to occur simultaneously. They sound like two separate financial vehicles. Why is the TIF required in order to refinance when rates are currently low?
Director?
The TIF is the income stream, the revenue that is being financed as part of the refinancing. So you're taking that, I think in this case, we're looking at the next 35 years of projected revenues, taking that to the market and securing a bond, borrowing against that future revenue stream, which generates cash today to support the takeout that we've talked about and pay off that $6.5 million.
Thank you. And one last time, please explain in not in larger developments how it affects the larger development ecosystem within Cleveland. Specific to this deal, why would it be disadvantageous to sue the trust, which has guaranteed the loan? I need to understand that.
Sure. I mean, I think the most simple, straightforward answer is that if you go to the flats, you look at 2 great buildings and you look at 2 parking lots that are in great locations that you would like to see developed. And if you litigate to collect on this debt, then you substantially reduce the impact and the feasibility of future development on those lots, which I think are key to the future development in that area of the city.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I asked that question not because that's what I'm gunning for, but if that is what we are routinely accepting as collateral in large deals, then I think that this body needs to question if that's something we should be accepting. And I guess one final question is, if this is passed today, does the nature of the deal come back to council for approval, or does the administration have the authority to move forward with executing an agreement?
Director, I think I know the answer to that.
I think, the agreement to dedicate the TIF is what's being authorized today. And so the agreement we make would just implement that. Yes, we'd be authorized to enter into that agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. And I'll just some comments on Councilman Slife's questions. To me, the kind of like the threshold question is, why not just hit the trust? Why not just sue the trust? That's certainly available, but we need to consider whether that's a better option, given what we know today, than this tool that is in front of us, which we are certain, well, we're never certain about anything, but we will get our money upon closing and get back into a payment stream for us. So we could do either, but each has consequences, and we have to look at which is a less bad option. So that's kind of what we're discussing today. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the director too. Appreciate you being on today, and there's been a lot of great questions too from my colleagues. Director, I just have several questions about the specifics of this, and let me first start out by saying whoever initially financed this deal should be fired and never allowed to ever touch a development project again in his or her life. But moving on from that, Director, the total debt owned, as Councilman Casey noted, being what, 24.5 million. How do we square that? And I understand that the idea here is to go to the bond market against the revenues that will be secured by the TIF. But what does that projected value look like versus the debt owed to public sources?
Sure. So let me take a couple points. One, I think everybody knew the deal was thin and tight going into it, and projections didn't come in what they were, but I would say that criticism's a little bit harsh on the folks who underwrote the deal. Looking at this, the TIFs secure not just the money that is owed to the city of Cleveland, but in addition, roughly $10 million to the county and the state of Ohio, and then above this public waterfall is the TIF bonds itself, which are issued by the Port Authority, the state, and the county, and those have I think roughly $46 million worth in principal attached to them.
So, Director, will any of the revenues of the extended TIF go to non-public sources?
To the councilman, no.
So 100% of the additional revenues that are being requested today will go only to satisfy public sources and not private. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I guess I should note that CDA is one of the people in the term, so they're sort of public-private partnership kind of
Understood.
thing, but with the exception of them, yes.
Understood. And Director, we're talking about a 35-year refinance, and that would be, Director, from not today, but whenever this is refinanced within the next 6 months, it would be 35 years from that point.
Yes.
And then, so the requirement to have a 50-year extension on the TIF, I guess I'm a little confused on that. Is that necessary because that projects the value needed? Why is there a discrepancy of 16 years there, or whatever that math is?
Yes. So the this refinance today, 35-year window, brings in the revenue that cures the issue today. There will, in my opinion, need to be, not just my opinion, but my review of the financials. There will need to be a refinancing event at the end of the term of our loan in order to take out the final principal balance that is owed to us. So that's the reason, so that's 10 years now, 11 years into the future when that refinancing event will occur. And that may wind up being a 40-year refinance at that point in time. And so that's why we see this need for this entire revenue stream.
Director, what efforts were made to require private cash flow into the waterfall in addition to the public resources that will be generated by the TIF?
Sure. There is the parking revenue that still remains. You know, the problem that, you know, that we face is that that's below what was initially projected, but that money ultimately would go, you know, goes to the owner of the parking, the garage, to the developer. But that money is dedicated as part of the income stream to pay off our debt, and that money is factored into, you know, this repayment stream. So it's not, you know, it's not that making this, doing this TIF extension frees up that revenue to go into the developer's pocket. Doing this TIF extension plus that revenue is what is.
And I understand that, Director. My question is new revenue. So you've heard from my colleagues around, you know, Councilman Spencer talking about, is there a middle ground here? What specific efforts on behalf of the city were done to request that private equity out of the trust accompanied the new TIF revenue to satisfy the HUD 108 or the other delinquent skin in the game? That's my question.
Sure. I think, you know, as one, you know, the developer has significant equity in the process period. We have looked at, you know, we spent a lot of time looking at tools in which we could structure this refinancing program. And, you know, the ultimate evaluation was, you know, developers equity stretched, and it is better for everyone, us, the developer, and the city, if that equity is used to fund future phases of the project. And so that's why we came to this conclusion that this is the best way to move forward.
And Director, but this is a private development, so of course there's private equity in it. This is not a public building. So that should be assumed that there's going to be private equity in the building. I mean, it's a private development. So, Director, I guess the struggle here is, you know, this idea of a 60-year TIF versus suing the developer. And I can't help but think there's not some sort of middle ground here where the private equity from the trust combined with some sort of TIF and refinancing can satisfy these debts. I mean, because right now what we're looking at is a 30-year extension of, so this would be a 40% of property taxes, Director, is that accurate?
Approximately.
So 40% of the future property taxes, because 60% goes to the schools, which would not be impacted here, but 40% of those property taxes, bonding against those to pay off these debts, which I understand that, but again, that's all future publicly generated tax revenue, correct?
Yes.
Right. So were there any conversations of, we understand that may be a necessary tool to some level, but what are the private equity sources that will match that, accompany that, to satisfy these debts? Was that brought up?
I mean, yes, we had a lot of discussions about what the income stream was to pay the debt, and what the other demands are that are on the, you know, the financial portion of the project. There's a significant amount of private debt as well, that is outside of this waterfall that is directly responsible to developers. So we, you know, went through the process, have talked through several different options and strategies here, and ultimately this is the point that we came to.
Thank you, Director. Director, if the property taxes overperform over the period, is there a possibility that private profit could be made off of this extension?
To the councilman, we have protections in place built into our documents that you know, show that ultimately the TIF payments are secured through the trustee to service certain debt, and then excess revenues ultimately statutorily come back to the city.
So yes or no to that? Could private profit be made off this TIF?
No.
Okay. The director, the prepayments on public debt, I assume that means we are accepting less money than the amount owed up front. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's a big ask in front of council today for a 30-year extension. Why wouldn't we require the full amount of debt to be, paid off?
Right. So so that encompasses us getting paid roughly $2.5 million today on loans that would not be due and payable until 2035 or later. And so, the evaluation is I would rather have even, at the discounted rate, I'd rather have $2.5 million today to put back into development in our
But
community.
to that question, is it
than sit and
required?
wait.
Is it required in a prepayment to take a discounted rate?
Well, that was negotiated several years ago. So yes, we have a document that negotiated out that payment.
Right, and so the extension of the TIF also was not a thing a few years ago. So would we be able to, as a city, renegotiate those payments to get 100% of the payment back if we decide to move forward with this 30-year extension?
We could, we have a contract we would be looking at reopening. So, I don't want to say it's not, I don't want to say no, because I suppose you could, but it's, contractually the obligation is to make that prepayment.
Understood, but we're also reopening the conversation of the TIF, right? So, this is something that we're being asked to reopen. So, thinking about, accepting a lesser payment, and I understand generally, right? We do this, whether it's with a great not-for-profit partner that's got a balloon payment, or, that provides senior housing, and we want to accept a smaller payment upfront. Understood that we do that as a regular order of business in order to support, causes in the city. But in the context of a 60-year TIF, and then looking that we're taking a lower prepayment on debt owed to the city on public debt, this seems like an opportunity where we're looking at going above and beyond to 2071, that we shouldn't be cutting any corners on payment owed to the city.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. I think, we have worked through generating sufficient revenue as part of the renegotiation. There's not, additional revenue today as part of the refinancing to satisfy that debt. So that would be, the conversation isn't as simple as saying, reopen the revenue number to pay today, but then, we're also, the default would be to go back to getting that money in 2035, and then we would be renegotiating an additional payment at some future point. My view, my counsel is that the getting this money today is in our best interest.
And Director, could the difference of available capital to satisfy that debt be made up with private equity?
Sure.
So, so this is what I'm thinking about when we talk about, could there be some sort of middle ground, the skin in the game? Again, and trust me, from, this is, you and I work together all the time. I'm a pro-growth person. I am a believer in the financial tools that the city has to spur growth. So please understand that my questions are in the context of wanting to see projects succeed and to thrive. I fundamentally believe that it's good for the future of the city of Cleveland that we grow and that projects survive. At the same time, it's also our incumbent upon members of council to understand that we're getting, the best fundamental deal on anything that comes in front of us. And, so from this perspective, the prepayments, again, are we able to come to a contractual agreement where the difference can be satisfied? These are the types of questions I think that I'd like to see really answered, so that, but we're asking for an extended 30-year TIF into this from the public side of things, and from the private side of things, are we asking those same questions? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I certainly understand that, and I appreciate the collaboration that we've had working. My response is, it goes back to kind of what I said. We've worked through these numbers pretty thoroughly. This is the conclusion that me and my team have reached based on what resources are out there, what revenues are out there, how we see this transaction put together. I think there's as many challenges as reopening that conversation as there are, as there is an opportunity. And the valuation, my recommendation is that money today is more valuable to us than the future, the future, the default position, the future potential future revenue. And so this is the vehicle by which we can get that, and that's the that's what we're looking at. So that's the conclusion we reached.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And I do want to be clear for council and for anyone watching. We ask these questions because it's our job. Anyone criticizing the fact that we're asking tough questions are missing the point on the role of city council. City council is here to be a check, an investigator, to ask hard questions. And so let's just be clear that is not something that is something we should do. That's what we must do as a body and as a city council. So, and also, Director, as I've said over and over again too, in hearings and committees, I am a big supporter of yours and a firm believer in your work and your fight. And so I want to also be clear that, and I think I could speak for others on the call, that the questions you're getting today, and some of them may seem tough or direct, are not, directed at you personally. You're a very diligent Director of Economic Development. The questions are coming because this is a big ask. And I hope that that's understood on your side. And I imagine my colleagues feel the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly it's a new piece, and I totally, I'm fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no further questions, ordinance number 67320 as Councilwoman Jenny Spencer. I see you, Councilman Plenzik as well. Councilwoman?
Apologies, yes. Mr. Chair, I would like to know, are there any options available to this body? I know this was scheduled to be the final council meeting of the year. I trusted my colleague's instinct yesterday at DPS to want to meet with the developer. I would frankly value that opportunity. I do not know the developer. I would like to, I think it would be beneficial to have that additional knowledge. We've learned a lot today, but this is a lot to take in terms of studying this issue. Timing wise, procedurally, are there any options available to this body other than voting on this legislation today?
Councilwoman, we can always we're the council, we can do a lot of things. We could call a special meeting, we could do a lot of things. I think that it's important that we call a vote today, but I think it's also something where, we can have the developer in, we can understand this, we can do a lot of things, but it's hard to assemble a special meeting after we've announced our schedule and to get the staff in this virtual world. So, like I say, I think that, for those reasons, I'm happy. I know that the director will be to make anybody available to, continue this conversation, as we move forward. And I'm sure that the developer wouldn't have any problem meeting with us as well. It's just the calendar being out.
And if I can offer, Mr. Chairman, I will certainly commit to the session and the briefing that we got with the developer. We can, Joe Titron is in on this meeting as well today. He has a laundry list of to-dos and nags for me. we could put this on as a sense of urgency to meet with him, to basically go over the briefing that we got and show where this fits in and how we came to these conclusions. So we can get to that sooner than later. And at the same time, I mean, I sit in on the Downtown Alliance Lunch and Learns and have seen the developer and other developers like K&D and others who talk about the what's occurring downtown. And I think Councilmember McCormick would welcome the opportunity to kind of have that briefing with this developer and kind of the state of the downtown development agenda.
Thank you. I think my follow-on question is that would be informational only. It wouldn't actually aid in decision-making. We have to make the decision. And then that would just be, at that point, the deal would be done and it would be informative, but it wouldn't change any outcomes at that point. So I'm just noting that, again, we're not in an ideal situation here timing-wise. If the council does not vote in favor of this today, is there more time to learn and reconsider? I don't know. I don't want to, right? I'm in this place where I'm hearing this December 31 deadline. I'm weighing the direction I want to go, and I want to understand what the options are. If the council doesn't pass this today, what would happen next?
Then we would not get our money. The TIF wouldn't be refinanced. We get our money. We could call. The only option would be to call a special meeting. That's very challenging to do. It would seem easy, but the logistics of doing that, there'd be some complication bringing people back for one issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If a special meeting were called, when would that have to take place?
Before December 31st. Muted.
As a new member of this body, I don't know what my colleagues' appetites are for that type of convening, but it sounds like it's not totally off the table.
I mean, we can do whatever we want, but it just doesn't happen very frequently. No, it's not totally off the table, but it would be unusual. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to all that are gathered here today. First of all, I want to commend my newer colleagues for the line of questioning and their due diligence. It's very encouraging, and I believe it's helpful to the body overall that we have this type of due diligence. I'm trying to understand just some very basic points. And first of all, I want to say as well, I think Director Ebersol has done a very good job, a very talented individual. And so I just want to find out when and I guess it's based along the same lines as Councilman McCormick's original questioning. I'm just trying to understand is so the TIF that we passed initially, and I was here for that. And I will say to my colleagues, this was a very difficult project. The financing was like nothing I had ever seen before. And again, I believe why the overwhelming majority of council members at the time supported it, because it was seen to be the linchpin project for the east side of the river, the east side of the flats, to try to really get something going there significantly. And again, it was a very difficult project. So all in said, I think there's been a lot of improvement there as a result of what was there previously. But the TIF was actually passed when to Director Ebersol?
Director?
The TIF was passed, the TIF was effective in 2010. It might have been passed at the end of 2009.
Okay. So when we talk about the extension, you're extending the TIF that we passed recommending to extend the TIF that we passed in 2010, another 35
30 years.
30 years.
Yes.
30 years. Okay. The TIF that we passed was to go to what date?
2040.
2040. Okay. So again, please correct me if I'm wrong. The council has never, ever passed a TIF extension.
Yes, this is a new authority granted from the state, so a couple years ago. But yes, this is the first time it's been considered by this council, and it's been considered a couple times other places in the state.
So under state statute, we're allowed to do it.
Yes.
Okay. When Councilman Brancatelli indicated that they had the leadership had met with the developer, who was in that group?
It was
So-
myself.
Go ahead.
It was myself, the director, Councilman McCormick, and Councilman Brancatelli, and Mr. Wolstein.
Okay, so I just wanted to confirm whether the ward councilman was involved in that meeting. So Mr.
Yes.
McCormick wasn't involved. Okay. The $6+ million that we would receive upon passage of this recommended legislation, is that principal, or is that principal and interest?
P&I, principal and interest.
Okay, and that dates back to when?
It dates back to this 20, so it dates back to 17.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I mean, there's been partial payments each year, but the delinquency goes back to 17.
So prior to 17, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, prior to 17, were they current with their payments to the city?
Yeah. So in the first several years, there were a couple of blips, but then they were able to kind of get caught up. And then in the 16, when phase 2 went in, there was a refinancing. And so as of that point, then again, they were current.
Okay. So your overall recommendation to the body is that this project, this refinancing, and I guess that's the most simplest way to look upon it, this refinancing is critical to keeping this project viable.
That's correct.
Is the project facing foreclosure action?
No.
It is not. Okay. And just my last point, Mr. Chairman, to the director, when did this come to the administration? When did you know that this was you had to do this?
Yeah, to the councilman. So, you know, we are regularly diligent in monitoring our delinquencies. So, you know, we have been working on a solution for the past, several years. It was we reached the conclusion on this summer, and then we brought this ordinance forward.
Okay. And I guess that's maybe part of the rub with the members, especially the newer members, that the time frame, given what you were aware of, why here we are in the second week of December, we're dealing with this. And I would recommend wholeheartedly that there has to be, again, basic respect to the institution and the people. And I would urge you and the administration to think about that as we go forward. Nobody in a legislative body likes to get something dumped on their lap at the 11th hour. And I think that's a legitimate concern with the members of the body, especially the newer members of the body, who are really trying to understand the process here. So again, as we move forward, that's something that you need to strongly consider within the administration. And this is a tough vote. This is a tough vote because we've never done anything like this before. We want to keep the momentum going in the city. We want to keep the momentum going on the east side of the East Bank, which had been a very depressed area, as I'm keenly aware of that. So it's going to be a difficult vote today. And again, I think the administration needs to understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Polenzek. Councilman Blaine Griffin, did you have your hand up?
I did, Mr. Chair. The only thing that I just wanted to ask and just get clarification about is how does this affect future development? Some of our areas have never seen development, have not gotten a lot of dollars, and now we're starting to open up the market in some of our areas. How would this affect our development in some of these other areas if we wound up not being successful in litigation, because litigation is also not guaranteed. And then also, if we did actually pass this, or if we didn't pass this, how would this affect future development in not just this area, but other parts of the city?
To Councilman, I think moving this forward indicates that the city understands that the need to share risk and to take advantage of new tools on projects that are high risk and marginal. And this is certainly a high risk, impactful project that was funded on very thin margins. And that's why we're looking at this today. And so I think it sends a positive message to move this forward. I think taking an aggressive approach on a project that we bought in 10 years ago on a risk share, I think that creates some impediments to future development. Probably more so, within this area, this project, around this project itself. But I think there's ripple effects that would impede our ability to, and certainly the risk profile. And as if you're creating an impediment to risk, it's the riskiest projects that would struggle.
Thank you, Director. And I want to say this. I mean, I agree with everybody, especially my colleagues. I mean, I'm sitting here just very much encouraged and invigorated by the line of questioning that we've gotten from everybody. I just want to tell everybody that sometimes there's a cost to inaction. And if we, weigh some of those costs of inaction, which I think we've heard some of those today about the schools possibly not getting some of the dollars that they need, or of us not recovering the dollars that we need. I'm going to be the first to tell you, I may not try to get into the finer points of the development deal and, like some of my, colleagues, but I have really taken the time since this has come through DPS yesterday to really try to understand this. And because of the complications of the original deal, we're asked as a council to try to use our creativity in order to try to move this city forward, move development forward, and try to clean up some of what was done with this deal back when it was done during the recession. When it was done during, coming out of the recession of 2008, 2009. So I really appreciate everybody's comments. I know that this is going to be a tough vote, but I just want everybody, as they weigh and as they think through this, and I wish that we would, time is always, the clock is always running. But I just think in my mind, the cost of inaction is a challenge for me. And if we just kick this can down the road and we mess around and take a $22 million hit on our already shrinking CDBG budget, or potentially risk other, our portfolio being risked for other future development, I have some challenges with that too. So I just wanted to just state that and just look forward to however we come down with the vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. And just so we don't forget, because we all understand that this project is challenged, but let's remember, rewind the clock for just a minute. This was the first Class A real estate to close post-recession. And it was a point of pride for Cleveland. And there's over 40 financing tools that are in this, public, private, a blend. So we knew this was challenging from the get-go. And I think for all the complications of the deal, all of the, all the nuance of development agreement, the question is, we are on the hook for the money that we have invested in this. In addition to the need to have this project succeed, just because we want vibrant entertainment districts. But the question that we need to kind of put everything aside and just, what is the best way for us to recover our $22 million and our $2.5 million, and to do so effectively? There's two options, and if you don't like either one, then I would ask people to ask which is the less objectionable one going forward, and what's better to protect the city's interest. So with that, seeing no further, and Councilwoman Phillips Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was it 12 o'clock almost?
Almost.
Was this the first piece?
Break for lunch.
Was this the first piece for today?
Yes. Yeah.
Lord Jesus. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Mr. Ebersol. You know, you've been on the hot seat for 2 days in a row. You know, we all know, you know, the history of this project, the challenges of the project, you know, the economic times that we were in then and the economic times that we are in now. And certainly there's a whole lot not to like about what we're faced with today. And the way things have, you know, were rolled out to us. And certainly, you know, more communication is always better, so that we know, and you know, once we know and understand, then we can make our best informed decision. You know, my view now is, you know, we have two choices, and either, you know, you vote it up or you vote it down. Each has its risk, but I think the greater risk is as my colleague Councilman Griffin said, would be inaction by in turn by voting no. I think now, you know, we're at a point where we need to, you know, we're faced with a deadline and we got to do something. And I think it's on us to do something rather than to punt down the road and see if maybe something better is going to come up. We know right now we're in very fragile economic times with COVID and its effect on our economy, not just here in Cleveland, but everywhere in the United States. And so how do we best help the cities economically, you know, with what we're faced with right now? And so, you know, in my view, I'm just looking at, we have to, you know, protect the schools, protect the city as best we can. There may be other opportunities and other tools and financing situations that may come up later. We don't know that. That certainly can happen. But in the meantime, you know, based on what we have right now with past history and, you know, what we're looking at today, I think, you know, in my view, you know, we vote to do this. And again, it is, I think the lesson learned though is just for us in terms of, you know, communication on both sides of the aisle. You know, communication is key. We need to know, as a council, as a legislative body, to do our due diligence. We need to know all the facts. We need to know the history. We need to know the timeline. You know, that's a critical factor here. And, you know, after, you know, December 31st, you know, we have no more options but to wait. And I think that's more risky than taking the step up and taking the vote and, you know, supporting this today. And well, I'll stop there. You know, I know, you know, we all have our right to ask questions, and you know, I wouldn't, you know, cast aspersions on anyone for how they feel. But I will say, if you weren't around at that time, certainly looking back, you know, you have a perspective, but you didn't live through it. And so just keep that in mind. And also just, you know, as colleagues, we need each other. Probably all of us at one time or another are going to need our colleagues to step up and take a hard vote. And so just keep that in mind. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Very well said. And yeah, this is what we get elected to do, is make hard decisions. Seeing no other hands that are up, ordinance number 67320 as amended stands approved. Thank you all for your time and patience with this one. We're now going to go back to the calendar and begin with Department of Aging. Ordinance number 940-2020, council members McCormick and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Aging to enter into an amendment to contract number PS 2019-070 with Community Housing Solutions to develop, operate, and implement the age-friendly home investment program. Director.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, Council President, this legislation requests authority to enter into an amendment to the AFIP program, what we call it here, the Age-Friendly Home Investment Contract with Community Housing Solutions. They're an excellent partner, And in total, since the launch of this new program, they've completed 225 home repair jobs in year 1 and 2. Those are jobs in every ward. Of note, 90 of those jobs are roofs. So this legislation, they've got about 20 more jobs to complete in year 2. We'd like to keep going before the 3rd year contract begins in April 2021. And this legislation changes the compensation cap in year 2 for us.
Thank you, Director. This has been a tremendous program. And I know that, everybody might have had like some hiccup in some project along the way when we went to implementation. But since it's been up and implemented, I found this program to be tremendous. And I absolutely support moving forward with this structure. I will ask the Chair of Public Health and Human Services to comment on this. Councilman Carrie McCormick on ordinance number 94020.
Thank you, Mr. President. Something positive after those last 2 hours. This is a contract with Community Housing Solutions. They have been a tremendous partner for folks in the city of Cleveland. I know they've done work in my ward. I'm sure they've done work across the city of Cleveland, but they are a hardworking, nimble organization that works to support our seniors, whether that be roofs or some interior work or porches. They really help to bring homes to a livable place. Mr. President, on a personal level, I've actually been invited by residents to tour some of the improvements made, and I can vouch for the good work that they do. So this is a really important tool in our tool chest of helping seniors stay in their homes and getting them to a respectable condition for folks to live in. So I fully support this legislation, Mr. Chairman, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Anthony Brancatelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and echo Councilman McCormick's praise. Community Housing Solutions, we've been working in this pandemic, and other folks are home and not having to deal with that interaction. But Roger Carney and his team have been out there working with our seniors, finding additional resources, not just what's out of this particular pool, but leveraging. And I know Director McNamara often emphasizes the leverage of what small amount she gets in SHAP and other programs to this program. So just want to compliment their team and appreciate this moving forward for next year as well.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo Community Housing Solutions. They do a great job. They reach out to the residents. They talk with the residents. They try to find out is there any other issues or concerns. They get back in touch with the council member to let me know. However, through the Department of Aging, I haven't seen my spreadsheet for a year or two. I don't know the outcome measures or how many homes have they completed through this program. And I need to know that. Now, I hear the residents, they say great things about Community Housing Solutions, but I would love to see the outcome measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. And Director, if you provide that to Councilman Conwell, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I'm certainly in support of the program. I would also like to have the list of citizens that have been assisted in the Lee Harvard Ward 1 area, unless the director already knows what that number is.
And if you provide that to Councilman Jones, I'd appreciate it, Director.
Does director know the numbers offhand, Mr. Chairman?
To the councilman through the chair, the average number of jobs we're able to complete is 6 to 9 in each ward. For year 1, as an example, there were 7 jobs completed in Ward 1, but I'll get the full list. I'll get it to John James for every council member.
And also, Mr. Chairman, to the director on this particular, how much money is in this program right now?
Year 1 allocations through the chair to the councilman, year 1 allocations were $75,000 per ward. Same for year 2. Year 3 is $125,000 per ward. So that's what we're getting ready to launch is year 3.
And for on average, Mr. Chairman, to the director, so we're able to accomplish at least 10 of these jobs. Do we have any kind of guidelines or caps on this program so we can get more participants involved with it?
Through the councilman, through the chair to the councilman, the average cost of the jobs for year one was $10,070.57. We projected when we piloted this program that it was going to be a $10,000 cap, and we're really keeping right at that. To Councilman Brancatelli's point, we're so grateful. Community Housing Solutions is often able to add other grant dollars when they get in a house and see other needs. They use their other funding sources to add additional resources, but we're keeping right at what we projected, which was 10,000. In year two, we're about at $10,327.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see us put more money into this program. We have a lot of senior citizens in our neighborhood that need help in Lee Harbor Ward 1 area. And most of the seniors that I've been having issues or having a chronic issues with their roofs. And Director, have you done a lot of roofs on these jobs?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, of the 225 complete jobs, 90 of those jobs have been roofs. The top three most common jobs are roof, porches, and plumbing. We do some painting, some garage work, but primarily those three are the most common, which really add to the integrity and strength of the house.
And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, to my colleagues who are listening to this, we have a serious issue in our with our senior citizens having problems with their homes and roofing. I've never seen anything quite like it since I've gotten back. And we need to do everything that we can to help our senior citizens. Mr. President, our senior citizens in the Lee Harbor Ward 1 area helps to keep our neighborhoods economically stable. They do a great job keeping their properties up, and we have to do everything we can to bring resources to assist them. So I would ask my colleagues, when we look at the budget next year, let's look at ways and means to increase this amount that we have here for each ward. And I would endeavor to say at least $200,000 for every single ward in the city of Cleveland. If we don't preserve our senior citizens, we're in trouble, because they're the ones that are still in their homes, they own their homes, and they help to keep the city of Cleveland stabilized. And then, Mr. Chairman, a point of privilege, if you would allow me, I want to take the opportunity to address off of this subject matter, the director. It's brief. I want to thank Mr. President, the director, for doing such a great and outstanding job. She has a great staff member, and Mr. Grayhouse. I had a real major issue with the snow plowing that was done in our neighborhood. And one of the bright spots was we had a senior citizen who was stuck and could not get out. And Mr. Grayhouse went out there himself and shoveled a path all the way from the driveway, sidewalk, all the way out so that she could get to the hospital. So, Director, I really appreciate Mr. Grayhouse and him not only being an administrator and assisting, but also getting granular and getting out there and taking care of that. That is an outstanding service. Barbara Worthington really appreciated the fact, and I appreciate the fact, that your people in your department is committed and dedicated and compassionate about helping our senior citizens. Thank you, Mr. President, for that point of privilege. And thank you, Director, for such an outstanding job.
Thank you. Councilman Polensek, did you take your hand down?
Up. I'm up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to thank the director for her department and the job that she has done. They're very proactive, and I appreciate that. It's old school, and getting back to members of council, the assistance that we receive. But I want to indicate to my colleagues, when we went through the budget earlier this year, there were some of us, and I was one of them, who recommended additional funds be set aside for this program. But we knew the demand that has been bent up in our neighborhood. I mean, it's there, it's real. And it's amazing when you drive the city, and coincides with what Councilman Jones has indicated. And you see the blue tarps on people's roofs, and you realize this is not Florida. This is not New Orleans. We didn't have a hurricane. We didn't have a tropical storm come through. It's because they're trying to keep the water from coming in. I have one around the corner from me with a blue tarp on it. So at the end of the day, we've got to figure out how to assign additional funds to this critical program, because to repair a roof today and to is a minimum of $5,000 and up. And those of us who've had roof replaced, we know exactly the cost associated with it. So again, this is something that we all need to highlight as we go into the budget process. This is a critical program for our seniors, and we need to figure out how to expand its reach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, but I really, I need everybody to understand that government is not going to be able to even make a dent in this issue across this city. And the question that I have is that even though we're giving our best efforts to really try to provide dollars for this, it's only a drop in the bucket. And I'm not sure if we'll ever get to the point of really being able to, have the necessary dollars that we need to help a lot with these seniors with these homes. My question is, have we thought about really trying to partner with the banks to leverage these dollars, similar to what we do with the neighborhood transformation plan, so that we could try to, these banks get a lot of our money, and we need to really work closely to leverage these dollars in order to try to bring in more dollars to really try to create a community trust for this, because we're right. We just got finished talking about a major, economic package. And what a lot of people want to see is they want to just see, as much as we want to attract new people and millennials and others, we got to do a good job also taking care of some of the folks that are second and third generation homeowners. So I just make my pitch. I don't need an answer today, but is there a way to possibly leverage these dollars to work closely with the private and philanthropic sector to try to increase this pool of dollars and not just rely on us as a government to do this? So hopefully somebody that can really help us figure that out can look into this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. This is a great program. I know we could spend a lot of time talking about the need and how helpful this is, and we will revisit this in budget time. But seeing no hands, ordinance number 94020 stands approved. Thank you, Director. We're going to move to planning now. Director Collier is still with us.
I am.
Director, how are you doing?
How are you?
Good. You have one ordinance 953. Is that your understanding?
953-2020, sir.
Ordinance number 953-2020, Councilmembers Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of City Planning to enter in an agreement with ULI, the Urban Land Institute, or its designee, to partner with the City of Cleveland to conduct the building the 21st Century City Symposium in March of 2021. Director?
Yes, thank you all. We had a very robust conversation about this piece yesterday in development, planning, and sustainability. So thank you, Councilman Brancatelli. We had a pretty robust presentation, but I'm going to just articulate to you exactly what we're doing here. One of the things that's very important that the administration is really starting to think about and has been thinking about is really the future of innovation and technology and how the 21st century is going to impact many of our communities. And as part of readying ourselves for the 21st century, we're putting together a symposium in partnership with the Urban Land Institute. You may recall back in 2015, we did a Building 21st Century City Best Practices in Zoning Symposium, which led to some tangible policy changes as it relates to looking at our city's old zoning code. As a result, thanks to the administration and the council, we were able to partner with a consultant, and we are targeting form-based zoning or piloting form-based zoning in several areas of the city. This particular iteration of this effort and the continuation of this partnership will really focus on three specific areas: technology, inclusive economic development, and mobility. The reason why these are most critical to us is because these are issues in the 21st century that are dynamic and that are most vexing to cities. And the other thing that's very important about this is that innovation in these areas are happening rapidly. And the question that the symposium posed is really about whether or not cities lead this change or should they be nimble and adaptable. And no matter how you answer that question, we know that the future is now. I want to give you a little bit of context with respect to what we're focusing on with this symposium. With respect to technology, the fact that autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles are not a conversation of something that's to come, this is right here in our face. And many of the car companies are going to be transitioning out of the internal combustible engine and starting to get into electric vehicles. We have to start thinking about the infrastructure and the other things that we're going to need to accommodate that. The other component under technology that's going to be very important in this conversation is the dialogue around increasing broadband access and getting that to scale. Another component is going to be centered around the digital signage and media conversation. These are real-time things that we have to address, and many cities are addressing on the fly because the innovation is happening so fast. Under the economic development track, we're going to be looking at ideas around creating the 21st century workforce to the point that was made early in the conversation. How do we prepare our residents to be ready and be able to compete for jobs that are in industries and sectors that are emerging? We're going to be looking at things like the location decisions for modern businesses. And we're also, under the mobility track, going to be focusing on improving transit for all modes, also looking at funding alternatives for 21st century transportation. And then lastly, developing the 21st century street. We all know that streets are not just for cars anymore. We have to consider a number of different uses for our right-of-ways. And these are all very important topics. We have a series of speakers who are going to be providing some international and national perspective. But then we're going to have a series of panels for each one of these segments to discuss not just what's here locally and really start to put that on folks' radar, but also get a sense of what our cities, sister cities are doing, what cities like Pittsburgh, Columbus, Cincinnati, and even some West Coast cities are doing. So this is not just a symposium to have a good conversation. There's going to be a lot of post activity. The first phase of this is the education phase, which is really the symposium and grounding ourselves in knowledge and perspective. The next phase of it will be ideation. We will come together and start to identify strategic plays that collectively we can make, and hopefully garnering public, private, and philanthropic partnerships as a result. And then execution, executing on initiatives that we believe that may be catalytic for the city of Cleveland. So this particular piece of legislation addresses specifically an agreement that we are going into with the Urban Land Institute, because they've been a really good partner with respect to helping to provide the platform, helping to do the outreach, and helping to connect to the groups and audiences that we need to connect to have this conversation. The conference or symposium is going to be March 2nd and 3rd. It will be a 2-day event, and we have $55,000 that the administration has allocated toward this program. This has been in the budget for city planning. This symposium was actually to be held in 2020, but due to COVID-19, it was pushed into March of 2021. And on the call, I have with me Steve Ross, who's the chairman of the Urban Land Institute Cleveland, Melanie Cortica, who's also the backbone of the ULI Cleveland chapter, and who is very much supporting us in dealing with the logistics and things for this particular endeavor. So I don't know if Steve, if you want to add anything, or Melanie, please feel free to do so.
Thank you. Welcome. If you have any brief comments on ordinance number 553.
No, I think that was well put by Director Collier.
Thank you. Okay. This ordinance 953 was heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Development, Planning, Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli, any further comments on 953-2020?
No further comments, fully support.
Any questions, comments on 953-2020 from our other colleagues? Seeing no hands up, ordinance number 953-20 stands approved. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Moving now to finance.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Actually, planning has one more piece. It's the for passage one that doesn't have a number yet, approving the board.
Okay, I do have that in paper form. Is Director Collier still with us? Do we need Director Collier for this?
No, I could handle it.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, this is a planning piece. This is being requested under suspension. This is ordinance number 981-2020. Councilmember Spencer, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to approve the report of the Assessment Equalization Board on objections concerning estimated assessments with respect to the continuation and expansion of the Gordon Square Arts District, Cleveland Improvement District, determining to proceed with the plan to provide public services within the district, adopting the assessments, levying the assessments, authorizing the city to enter into an agreement with the Gordon Square Arts District, Cleveland Improvement Corporation, and to amend section 2 of resolution number 505-2020, adopted August 12th, 2020. All right.
Yes, there was only one objection. The board met on, let's see, when did they meet? I think you just said it, but last week. They met last week. They heard the objection and then it was withdrawn. They explained, what was going on to the objector and he agreed to go with it. And so that, I don't know if you want details on the objection or not, but the other recommendation was the description on the last piece of legislation of the rough outline of the footprint of the special improvement district it could have been more clearly aligned with what the petitions everybody signed were. So they just thought that we should amend that to make it more in line with all the petitions that everybody signed.
Thank you. Councilman Brancatelli, you were familiar with 981-2020?
Fully support. Thank you.
Thank you. This real estate falls in Ward 15. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer on 981-2020.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, would you like me to speak?
Do you support 981-2020?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, comments on 981-2020? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 981-2020 will be considered by the full council this afternoon. Now we're going to move to finance. Okay. Chief Dumas, you with us?
I am.
Wonderful. Okay, I am going to read, we have 3 ordinances to consider that we do at the end of every year. We have 933, 934, and 935. They are the supplemental ordinance, transfer ordinance, and temporary ordinance. I'm going to read 933 and 934 together. And then the last is the 935 is the temporary ordinance to give us authority into next year while we are considering the budget. Everybody should have materials that were forwarded to you, and director will be here to answer any questions. Ordinance number 933-2020, Councilmembers Kelly, by departmental request, emergency ordinance to make additional appropriations of $20 million to the general fund, $12 million to the special revenue fund, and $700,000 to the internal service fund. Ordinance number 934-2020, Councilmember Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to provide for the transfer and amendment to the general fund appropriations in the amount of $11,731,500, $120,000 within the special revenue fund, and $88,000 within the internal service fund. So Chief, if we can begin with these 2 ordinances, then we'll move to 935.
Okay. President, Council, and members of Council, of course, this is my 3rd presentation to Council on explaining these 3 ordinances. And of course, they are required by law at the end of the year, one of them being the transfer ordinance, which of course our operating budget at the beginning of the year is an estimate, and the estimate at the end of the year is tied to actual activity. And the transfer ordinance then moves funds between different departments in order to support the actual activity that took place during fiscal 2020. And of course, this was the year that we were adversely impacted by COVID. So very early in the year, February to March, we began to have stay-at-home orders and a number of other things, business closings and that impacted our normal economy and impacted then our revenue sources and in some instances our delivery of services. As many of you know, of course, we had to follow all the state mandates as it related to social distancing, PPE, mass gatherings, and that of course cost the city. In support of those efforts on the part of the cities, we have received stimulus funds in 3 different denominations, which helped us through our original loss of revenue and support as related to income tax and hospitality taxes. So that's what the transfer ordinances are. And the transfer ordinance, you will see predominantly will transfer. We had a hiring freeze, of course, going into this time of lost revenues. So most of the transfers from each one of the funds are due to vacancies, and the transfers in are to support activities that happened in that area. We had union agreements, which got settled this year that were significant, that had to be supported in fiscal 2020. Now, Council President, as I understand it, you didn't want me to go again line by line.
Well, no, but I think if you can talk about the big buckets in terms of the streets, the demo, the economic development, and the people development.
Okay, so in the transfer ordinance, again, most of the decreases are due to hiring freeze. We also had contracts and professional services that could not be provided in person because of the COVID environment. So those are transfers out of budgets that we supplied for. And again, materials, supplies, and fuel, all directly related to COVID. The increases in the transfer ordinance, for the most part, have to do with the ratified contracts of CARES, which is EMS, and that was a 6-year contract. They had not ratified for 2016 through 19, and now 19 through 21. So 6 years of retroactive ratification, Local 93, and then non-union civil service employees and SEIU. We also had to reinforce telecom charges, which were a direct result of remote working. We had to build our infrastructure, buy additional laptops, phones, iPads so that people could work from home. And then we have, of course, COVID-related expenses, which has to do with PPE, which has to do with the plastic, installing the plastic shields in our automobiles, sanitization, and of course, a diversion program with the jail that allowed us to not have the crowding in the jail and led to the extension of the ankle program. And we also had some settlements that we had to meet, 2 cases that had to do with wrongful incarceration. Now, as we go to the supplemental, which is what the Council President was talking about. The supplemental, of course, is additional funds that were allocated to each one of the areas in order to support operations. In the general fund, we allocated an additional $20 million. It is to be divided between $5 million for demolition, $5 million for streets resurfacing, $5 million to community development, which of course supports what we have, our people programs that are adversely impacted by COVID in this situation. In this instance, it supports utility payments, food, shelter, and rent assistance, and then $5 million to ED to support business activity as they suffer through the COVID closes and loss of employment. There's an increase to stadium repairs. We're moving money from escrow accounts to meet a $12 million repair request by the Browns at the stadium, which we own, of course. And for telephone exchange, again, that has to do with the 700,000 has to do with COVID and remote working. AT&T contract as it relates to landlines and additional cell phones all come out of that telecom increase. Anything additional?
Thank you, Director. Chief, this is, I just want to in terms of context of this, the Director stated this, but I just want to make sure everybody grasps the fact that of the money that is in the ordinance. The $5 million is for those economic development projects to keep small businesses going during this, hopefully what is the tail end of this COVID crisis. And then the community development money is the people money, which is to help people with rent assistance, utility assistance, food assistance, all of those programs that for people that are struggling through that. Is that accurate, Director, Chief?
That is correct.
Right. And the question was asked, just so we understand, on the streets money, the $5 million that's going for streets is going to support the residential side street program, the annual allocation of 12 million. But what this transfer does is it lessens our need to bond out that portion of it, to do the geo bonds. So it takes $5 million off of that burden to get our streets resurfaced. Is that accurate, Chief?
That is correct. We're probably looking at around 3.6 through our general obligation bonds because we have the ability to put this 5 million in.
Great, but just the streets program, despite COVID and any cutbacks, will stay intact. It will stay intact at the level that the 12 million
That is
level.
correct. It will be funded in fiscal 2021 at the historic $12 million level.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go to questions now. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. Chief, with regard to the 5 million for the economic development assistance, can we get an update, each of us, as it pertains to who has applied, the businesses in our community that have applied, so we have a better understanding?
Mr. Chair, I will pass that along to Director Ebersol, and
Okay.
Andre, who supports me, is listening to this, so he's writing it down as a question.
Yeah, I think that's important because we know we know how the devastation that many of the small businesses have had to take, and I just want to keep apprised of who is actually applying, because I'm trying to get that information out as best as I can to the businesses in our neighborhoods, any and all assistance that is out there. So I think it would just be helpful to. So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, to the chief overall, as we head into next year, tell me some good news. I want to hear some good news. We're all hoping the vaccine is going to start to be dispensed.
That would be good.
Okay.
Let me start with that. We made it through 2020. Okay. As good news, and are in a similar position to start 2021. We began fiscal 2020 with a $43 million unencumbered cash position. Because of the additional assistance from the CARES Act and some Bureau of Workers' Comp refunds, we were able to plan to end the year with 43 million. We've met all of our contract obligations on very large contracts. We only have about 4 that are still outstanding, and they are smaller entities that will be negotiated in 2021. So that's good news. In putting together our 2021 projection, Councilman, because our circumstance and status has not changed, and because we don't know where the COVID contagion is going and where our numbers are going, we still look to some degree of economic shutdown. And so we've built some conservative activity into about the first 4 months. And then we're hopeful that we will begin a partial reopening in late spring, early summer, so that we can have some local economic vitality and some restoration of activity in our area. But of course, again, we don't know what to expect. Again, the vaccine is good news, and we're currently working with our partners to do the distribution plan for the vaccine in the greater Cleveland area through hospitals and our frontline workers, and then of course the seniors and some of the congregate living facilities like CMHA. And that's a plan that has to be worked on now and delivered over the next couple of weeks. We still don't know how many vaccines we're going to get, because that's of course moving, with the state and feds, and it's every day a little bit of change. So everything, as I always say with you guys, everything that I share with you, because of the environment that we're in and the unpredictability of that environment, it's effective and can be relied on today because we don't know what tomorrow will bring. But I think the good news is that we've managed well through 2020 and we're setting a stable platform for 2021 and monitoring that we hope that things will move in the right direction.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, that's very encouraging. I think, when you look across the country, you see the state, the financial state that many cities are in. They're in very difficult situations, and so I think overall we have fared much better than other major municipalities. The one thing I just wanted to reinforce as we go into next year, and especially into the budget hearings, the real importance of public safety and really identifying, because unfortunately we haven't always been given, I think, the accurate information that we need coming out of the command staff. But we really need to make sure that as we go into the budget hearing process, that as pertains to the additional police classes being suggested by the administration, that we are really going to get a heads up on, so we don't wind up at the end of the year like we did this year with more police officers leaving than had been anticipated. That we're going to get ahead of the curve. We got to figure out how to get ahead of the curve in next year. So that's all I have to say. I look forward to working with you during the budgetary process, as I always do. It's always an enjoyable experience, to say the least. Always looking where you're stashing that cash. So we're going to have a very exciting budget process in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As always, Councilman, thank you so much. Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see do we have the transfer ordinance here?
Yes, it should be on your email. And if not,
was it a part of the agenda?
Yes.
Because I don't have it.
Councilman, we're talking about ordinances numbers 933 and 934.
I don't have it here it's not on the agenda.
Pretty sure it is. Does anybody else?
I got it right here in front of me.
There were two agendas sent out. There was a preliminary and then the second one that was sent out by Alan, which included all the legislation that was heard.
Erica,
finance and DPS.
It was sent by Alan. That's why we don't have it.
Okay.
Councilman, you're muted. Was that your only question, my friend? Councilman Jones, I think you accidentally hit the mute button unless that was your only question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I will get another question for you. So I'll just, if you would hold me back to the end so I can ask some questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll reserve Councilman Jones on 933, 934. And at this point, while we're waiting for him to get the information, we'll move to ordinance number 935, 2020. 935, 2020, Councilmember Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to make temporary appropriations for the current payrolls and other ordinary expenses of the city of Cleveland from the period of January 1, 2021 until the effective date of the annual appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year ending December 31, 2021, known as the temporary ordinance. Chief Dumas.
Mr. Chair, of course, this is our temporary ordinance. As most of this body is aware, the city of Cleveland does not pass an annual appropriation. They pass a temporary ordinance that allows us to continue to meet our expenses in the first quarter of the year as we go through budget hearings and examine each one of the departments and the expenses of those areas. And so this is the temporary ordinance that allows us to do that. In the front cover of the temporary ordinance book, it gives you a detail as to what's included in the temporary ordinance, but generally it's all payroll because of course the general operating budget is about 80% payroll driven because we are a service delivery entity. And so the predominant components of the 2021 temporary budget are payroll through the end of March. And generally we put in about 7 cycles of the 26, and any obligation, union obligation that is due prior to that time, like longevity, uniform allowance, clothing allowance. The base of the budget has a 5.5% bump in all of the payroll bases of the ratified union contracts. Those contracts, again, cover 19, 20, and 21. 19 would have been 2%, 20 is 2%, and of course, 2021 is 1.5 because it begins April 1. So we don't have to do an entire 2% on what is about an 8-month period of time. And then all payroll-driven expenses, which are predominantly PERS, FICA, Medicare, all of our separation, our hospitalization, prescription, those are all payroll-driven costs. And so those costs are also in the temporary budget. There's also an allowance for the new division of health, equity, and social justice, which I believe are about 2 individuals to begin with. And you guys have had conversations around that. We meet all of our consent decree obligations in this operating budget. Of course, we've had that conversation with the court, the federal court, and the monitor. And so all the budgets contained in here have been approved by the monitor and the court. And in that consent decree, and in accordance with what we're trying to do, we've identified 3 classes for the Division of Police. They believe that they will be 50 to 80 individuals in each class, 2 for fire and 2 for EMS. And that's predominantly what's in. And again, I talked about the legal settlements for the wrongful incarcerations. In the transfer ordinance, we had to meet 2 of those at about 4 million each. And in the temporary, we have an April obligation of about 4 million.
Chief, is that because they are due in this first quarter, the settlement payments?
Yes, in the one settlement is for a 4-year period. It's $16 million for wrongful incarceration. And so
Right.
4 million was due this year, close of business, September. And then the second payment is due in April. So it's not quite 12 months apart. And then the next payment would be due in 2022, and then the final payment in 23 on that particular one.
Okay, thank you. So this ordinance keeps the trains running while we're contemplating the budget, and the thing to really keep our eye on those police classes and these legal settlements.
That is correct.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilman Polenzek, I want to ask Councilman Joe Jones if he would like to revert back to any prior ordinances or have comments on these ordinances. Not seeing him. I saw Councilman Polenzek had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to the chief. On the judgments, could we receive an explanation in detail as it pertains to the judgments and that are a part of this?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair. You're muted.
You hear me?
I'm sorry, Chief, can you, I think the councilman's asking for just some of the details on those settlements.
Mr. Chair, to the councilman, yes, I will pass that along to the law director. And again, Andre is writing this down.
Councilman, you've muted yourself.
Okay, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate. I'm sure all council members would like to see that as well. And also, if we used outside counsel for those negotiations, I'd like to know that as well. Mr. Chairman, with regard to the police classes, the director indicated, the chief, indicated that there would be 3 recommended.
Through the president to the councilman, that is correct.
Yes, and do you have any idea the number of each class?
The police are projecting and trying to achieve 50 to 80 individuals in each class.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, to the chief and my honorable colleagues, I hope it's closer to 80 in light of the number of officers we have lost this year. We've got to stay ahead of the curve. So I think this is something we got to be talking about, working together on. Again, we just cannot fall behind like we did this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to those discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman Polenzek. Reverting back to Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was looking for the information because I didn't see it on the agenda. And I see that Alan had given it to us, but he given us the information last night. Is it somehow in the future when we're getting this, we can get it all in a more timely manner so that we could go through it, Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilman, I'm pretty sure that there was also—
It's over 800 pages.
There's also a separate document that went out with kind of a spreadsheet going over kind of a line item thing.
Right, but for these items here we got in front of us, just if you could make sure we get it ahead of time,
Sure.
so that we can thoroughly vet it out, I would
Sure.
be appreciative. This member would be appreciative. And Mr. Chairman, to the director, my colleague Mike Polensik hit on a couple of pieces, and I just want clarification. We have 3 classes. Are those all police classes?
We have
Mr.
3
Chairman.
classes scheduled in the Division of Police, yes.
And for each of the classes, just for clarification, Mr. President, to Chief Dumas, is that 50 to 80 on each of those classes that we're looking to fill?
Mr. President, to the councilman, that is correct.
I see. So that's good. And what are we, Mr. Chairman, to the director on filling these spots in terms of reaching out to the minority community? And do we have any kind of apparatus in place that would assist in recruitment in our community?
Mr. President, to the councilman, there has been an established apparatus that the Division of Police have shared with council over time through communications, using radio, television, going to events in areas. But again, that would be a question you could address directly with the Division of Police. To Division of Police so that they can submit a written answer.
I appreciate that. And Mr. President, to the chief, what is our total transfer over?
The total amount of transfer ordinance between funds is $11,939,500, which is less than 2% of our operating budget projection.
And is this amount based upon taking into account the coronavirus, how it has impacted us?
Are you talking about registration?
I don't know who's talking. Yes, Mr. Chair, to the councilman, yes.
And say your first.
Hold on for a second. Sorry about that, director. Go ahead.
No problem. No problem.
We have
Yes,
a number of
the
phones. We got the phones coming in, calls coming in, so please forgive me.
That's okay. The transfer ordinance does consider all of the impact, financial impact to the city of Cleveland for the operating year 2020, which includes and is foremost, yes, the coronavirus pandemic and what was required to respond.
And Mr. President, for the sake of time, if this was any other director, I would probably be asking 1,001 questions left and right. But we have such a capable director and the chief here, Miss Dumas. I'm appreciative of her. And then I'll take a look at this, review this, and then if I have any questions, I'll take it offline, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no further hands, ordinances 933, 934, and 935 stand approved. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We are now going to move to public safety. Okay. 1, 2, 3 ordinances to consider, Director. Chief. Chief Williams, will you be speaking to all of these?
Councilman, I do believe the director should be on this, but if he's not, I can start.
Okay. I'm going to read 934-2020. And that's 934-2020, council members Griffin Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Justice Services for the FY 2020 Burn Justice Assistance Grant local solicitation, and authorizing one or more contracts with Cuyahoga County and the cities of East Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Euclid, and Parma needed to implement the grant. Before I go to the director, I'm going to, Councilwoman, the Vice Chair of Finance, is going to take this for a minute while I go get a water refill, but we are on ordinance number 942-20. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Chief,
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm
Good
sorry,
afternoon.
we're ready.
You ready? Okay, please
Yes.
go.
My apologies, I had some technical difficulties in getting my sound started. So the goal of the Justice Assistance Grant is to provide funding for equipment, services, and personnel to assist basic law enforcement. The city of Cleveland was selected by grant recipients, Coward County and the cities of Euclid, Parma, Cleveland Heights, and East Cleveland to be the fiscal agent on behalf of the cities and the county. If passed, by council ordinance 942-20 would authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the U.S. Department of Justice for the fiscal year 20 Burn Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. This legislation again will provide for personnel for the Division of Police. Some information about the grant: the city of Cleveland will receive $425,120. Coward County, $110,703. Cleveland Heights did not request any funds. The city of Euclid, $25,206. City of Parma, $10,819. East Cleveland, $10,413. And that's for a total of $582,261. The funding provided to the city of Cleveland will be used to maintain personnel. Now, the expenses to be reimbursed, this is Cleveland's portion for personnel, would be $425,120. This comes to 4 fingerprint examiners and 2 intelligence analysts. The grant period is from October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2023. There's no match requirement. This is an annual grant that we've received since 2005. A further breakdown for personnel would be $997,472 for overtime, $271,099 for undercover police computer equipment, $160,000 for contracts with partner agencies for officer overtime, for a total of $1,428,571 since the 2005 receipt of this grant.
Is that it, Director?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Chief Williams, did you want to add anything?
Yes, just real quick, Councilwoman, through the committee. This grant, like the director says, we've received for a number of years. It enables the division to maintain on our premises fingerprint examiners to assist our detectives and field work when it comes to detection of criminal activity and maintaining their case files. It also covers the cost of 2 intel analysts that are assigned to our Northeast Ohio Regional Fusion Center. And that apparatus basically contracts or maintains contact with the fusion centers throughout the United States, the Department of Homeland Security, and advises not just the Division of Police, but our partners here in Region 2 in Northeast Ohio of any threats that are out there on horizon as it relates to either terrorist activity or social unrest, things like that. So this grant really helps out the division in maintaining those personnel to take care of those issues that the city faces. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief and Director Howard. I'll turn this over to my colleagues, and first I'll go to our newly appointed Safety Chair, Councilman Griffin, if he has any questions or comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm fully in supportive of this. Definitely, it's a carryover for what we need for undercover police officers. So I've been briefed by Director Howard and also former Chair Zone, and this is one of those carryover pieces. So even though we weren't able to put it through committee, this is something that is pretty routine that we've been doing for quite some time, since 2005. So I'm totally in support of this, okay?
Okay, thank you, Councilman Griffin. Councilman Joe Jones.
Madam Chairwoman, I certainly have some questions on this. In part, I'm in support of the grant, but it talks about fingerprint examiners. Can the director elaborate on that and how that would work with this?
Chief or Director?
Yeah, Councilwoman, through the chair to the councilman, his question is about fingerprint examiners. Division has 4 fingerprint, well, actually, we have more than 4 fingerprint examiners, and their duties are to really take a look at any latent fingerprint that's taken out in the field by our crime scene investigators. And they run that through what's called an AFIS machine, automatic fingerprint identification systems machine. And they also do what we call an analysis and comparison, personal comparison of those prints to make sure. The AFIS machine will spit back or give that fingerprint examiner comparisons, folks in the system that are close to that actual fingerprint that's put into the system. And now it takes that human examiner to really go through and look at those prints to narrow that down to any possible suspects. So it's vitally important to have those when we have crimes that happen out there. The examiners do a great job in identifying real suspects and getting that information back out to our detectives.
And the reason why I asked, Madam Chairwoman, was that we're having a lot of racial crime in our community. And, one of them is, people, we have, again, another group of young people, or what appears to be a couple of guys who are breaking open smashing the windows. So when incidents like this happen, Madam Chairwoman, to the Director, do we collect those fingerprints and those particular issues? Because we've had a rash of that happening so far, and I don't know if we're collecting on the scene for those kinds of incidents. Are we?
Chief Williams?
Yeah, Madam Chair, through the councilman, we collect any and all evidence that we find on the scene, whether it's fingerprints, blood, articles, things like that. Anything of any evidentiary value that's collected on the scene or that's on the scene is collected. If they're fingerprints, then again, they're put into the AFIS system, and that system basically has fingerprints from everybody that's been arrested. I'd say probably over the last 15 or 20 years through the Division of Police. It also ties into the national database, so we can get back fingerprints from those jurisdictions. But all that information does get collected and is examined.
So our police officers, when they get to the scene, have those kits where they can dust it off, or do someone special have to do it, or do they have, is our officers equipped in their cars to collect fingerprints, Madam Chairwoman, to the Director?
Chief, may I?
Go ahead, Director.
Just briefly, so the gathering of evidence, just like the chief stated, it's when the evidence is present, it's checked for. You have to keep in mind that fingerprints, one thing that it doesn't show when someone touched it. So the evidence that is gathered and examined, it is relative to the crime being investigated by law enforcement officers.
Well, I get that, but it didn't answer the question. And the reason why I'm asking the question is because I have a lot of crime being committed, and we pass out a lot of money over this table in terms of our safety forces, and we're paying for a service, and it appears that we're not getting the benefit of that service. And so the question was, when our police officers go out there to investigate a situation where we are consistently being harassed with the same crime, we're not seeming to get these guys. So do they have fingerprinting systems in their cars, or do they have the technology or the ability capacity as police officers when they arrive on that scene for Miss Johnson over here on Invermere Avenue, who's had her car broken into, do they dust for fingerprints, Madam Chairwoman, to the Director?
Director or Chief?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could real quick to the councilman's question, individual Joan car officers do not have that capability. Our crime scene investigative unit, a specialized unit that collects all evidence, whether it's blood, fingerprints, clothing, weapons, they're called out to the scene to collect that evidence.
So they do go out there, is what you're saying? They will be on that particular instance for a call like that? Will they be able to come out and do that, collect that evidence?
Madam
in
Chair,
addition to a situation, in addition, Mr. Chairman, Chairwoman, to the Director, do they also go out on those cases where we have those properties in our cities that have been shot up by drive-bys, just anonymous out of nowhere? Do they go out there and collect the shells and then check them for fingerprints too?
Madam Chair, the Councilwoman, if there is evidence to be collected, our crime scene folks will go out and collect that evidence.
Madam Chairwoman, to the director, can you work with me? We got a whole outbreak, and I'm getting phone calls constantly about people's cars being in their driveway. They're getting broken into, and it is the second wave of this within a 4-week period, and citizens are feeling violated, and I'm getting an earful, and I need your help to help me to serve them. And if you can assist me here on this issue, I would certainly be appreciative of it. And then we had a extra camera on Harvard and Lee Road, but it was removed to get repaired, and it has never been replaced. And it helped us to get the surveillance of drug activity in the area of Lee and Harvard. Can we do something about that, please? Madam Chairwoman, to the director, can you guys work with me and help me here, please?
Yeah, so Chief, if you could answer the councilman's question, and then if we could try to circle back to the legislation best we can. Chief, if you would answer the councilman's question.
Yeah, Mr. Council President, to the councilman, if you would send me that information on the areas where you're having these break-ins, and definitely, if you can send that information to Commander Cutts in District 4.
I have.
Look
I
at that.
have done that. I have done that.
All right,
I've
forward me
called
the
him on his
information,
phone.
sir.
I have left him answering messages on his phone. And I know, Mr. President, to the director, that he's out right now, but I've been doing that. And at one point I was emailing you guys, but I was told just to keep it in one person's location and then kind of handle that shop. But at the end of the day, I do need your assistance, and I do appreciate your patience and tolerance. I know that you have your hands full with all of the issues that are going on in the city of Cleveland that are epic now on a level that I've never seen before. But whatever you can do to assist me, Chief, I would be appreciative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brian Mooney.
Thank you. Through the chair, so these are these fingerprint examiners. They're at the SIU unit. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, they're at our scientific investigation unit. Yes, our crime scene unit.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, that's a fantastic unit. I was a county prosecutor for 10 years and dealt with them on a weekly basis, and those guys are some of the best. And it was a lab that a lot of other places, other cities would ask for help, and some of my cases were hinged on a fingerprint and on an envelope, and they were fantastic, and I was amazed when I went through the things they could do. But I think part of the problem is everybody watches these crime shows now, and they think that law enforcement is like NCIS or these other ones, and people don't realize how hard it is to leave a fingerprint, and the type of surface you need, and what appears smooth for a fingerprint upon closer examination isn't. But it is a very good unit, and I wish that every, it requires a lot of specialized training, but that's a fantastic unit. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any further questions on 942? Not seeing any hands, so ordinance number 94220 stands approved. Moving to ordinance number 94720, Councilmembers Griffin and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing directors of public safety or law to apply for and accept grants from the Cuyahoga Public Safety and Justice Services for the FY 2020 Violence Against Women Act program for sexual assault advocate and for the law enforcement and prosecution components of the Cleveland Domestic Violence Program, and authorizing one more contracts with Cuyahoga County, the Cleveland Rape Crisis Center, and other entities to implement the grant. Director?
Thank you, Council President, Council the President. It's if approved by council, this would allow Director of Public Safety and Law to apply for and accept 3 grants from the Cuyahoga County, for fiscal year 2020, the Violence Against Women's Act, referred to as the VAWA grant. This legislation will provide funding for the operation of the Cleveland Domestic Violence Program, and child sexual assault advocate. The goal of the VAWA grant is to provide funding to enhance the investigation, prosecution, and victim advocacy of domestic violence, stalking, and sexual assault. The City of Cleveland will be reimbursed for costs associated with operating the Cleveland Domestic Violence Program. This is a partnership with Cleveland Police Detectives, Cleveland Prosecutors, Cleveland Municipal Court, and victim advocates from County Witness Victim Services. Cleveland will also reimburse for the costs associated with a victim advocate for the Cleveland Rape Crisis Center being assigned to the Police Sex Crimes Unit. With regard to the DV program, the Cleveland Police Domestic Violence Unit detectives investigate reports of domestic violence and stalking and present them to the prosecutor. The detectives share an office at police headquarters with victim advocates. The grant pays for the partial salaries of 2 detectives. In 2019, the Police Domestic Violence Unit investigated 2,619 cases. There were 2 sergeants and 11 detectives assigned to the unit. The expenses to be reimbursed include for personnel, $120,699.14 for detectives, $4,300 for the annual domestic violence conference, $1,352 for the office supplies and bus tickets, and for a total of $126,351.55. The grant award is $94,763.66 with matching funds of $31,587.89 for a total project amount of $126,351.55. With regard to the prosecution portion of the domestic violence program, the City of Cleveland Prosecutor's Office provides prosecutors who focus on charging and prosecuting domestic violence and its related crimes, i.e. menacing by stalking, aggravated menacing, and violation of protection orders, to provide specialized attention to this issue and the specific concerns that arise with handling such cases and working with individuals affected by violence and abuse. The grant is used to pay all or a portion of the salaries of the prosecutors to continue to assist in the prosecution of domestic violence committed by offenders in the City of Cleveland through this specialized program. In 2019, the grant-funded prosecutors accepted 1,380 domestic violence cases for prosecution. The expenses to be reimbursed is $164,582.20 for prosecutors and law clerks, $15,306 for travel, $684.35 for office supplies, and then other expenses, $1,500 for a total of $182,126.55.
Thank you, Director. Director, if I can ask, what is our current, are there vacancies? And tell me what the number of vacancies are, because I believe there are in the sex crime unit.
I don't have that information with me currently, Counsel. I can get that information to you. Chief, do you have any of the information?
I don't have the exact year-to-date number. I think they're down about 4 detectives, just like sex crimes is down about 3 and homicide's down 4. We just actually put 2 new detectives in homicide and 2 new detectives in the DV unit.
And in domestic violence unit, what is their staffing level?
DV is slated for 18. I think they're down to 15.
Okay, and does this grant assist in that, in filling those slots, or is that the issue? Is it a money issue?
Mr. Council President, no, it's the DV grant assist, or the grants that the director is talking about. They all assist in the folks that help the advocates and the professionals that assist our domestic violence detectives in servicing our clientele.
Okay.
It's not for personnel, police personnel.
Understood. So this is certainly a very valuable service that we provide to victims, and I certainly support it. And this is going to be a conversation for another day, probably during budget time, but we funded to a certain level, and year after year, we talk about getting those units up to full staff and operating capacity. And we really need to, with these 3 classes of 80 that are coming on shortly, we really need to make sure that the domestic violence, sex crime units, and all our specialty units are full, but that's a conversation for another day. With that, I will call on the Chair of Public Safety, Councilman Blaine Griffin, on 94720.
Mr. Chair, I'm in full support of this. Once again, this is one of those things that we know is we have deadlines for some of the grants that we'll be receiving for this. Been briefed fully by the safety director, so I'm in support of this. Urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones. Councilman, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. To the director, we have a total of in 2019, survivors of sexual assault. For that particular year of 2019, or did that take some of 2018 in, or was that just a total for 2019?
You broke up a little bit after what I believe what your question was that were some of those numbers taken from 2018 to be included in 2019. Those numbers I believe are 2019 numbers.
Do we have an estimate of how many victims of sexual assault for 2020? And do we have like do we know if this is a trend that's going upwards or going down? Do we have an idea?
So the stats for this year, this is approximately around the time that those numbers are starting to be gathered. We have ongoing numbers. I can get that number to you, Council. I don't have that in front of me, but we don't close out calculating the numbers until the year is through.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, do we have an idea if it's going up, over the years?
I think, well, Director, if I could.
Go ahead. Yeah, sure, Chief.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, our current year-to-date number is about 14% below the number in 2019 as far as the number of sexual assaults in the city.
So they're going down?
Compared to last year, yes.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, to the chief, I know you have that fancy computer system over there. Can you be so kind to give me an idea of the sexual assaults in the city of Cleveland for the past 5 years, what those numbers are?
I can give you the number right off hand right now. I can give you the number for, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, I can give you the numbers for 18, 19, and the current numbers for 20. To go back further than that, I'd have to have our crime analysis folks gather those numbers.
That's fine.
2018, and this is year to date, meaning the same time period up to last year. This isn't the final number for 18 and 19, but 2018 at this particular time, in 2018, I'm sorry, there were 546 sexual assaults in the city. Last year at this time, in December, there were 559 sexual assaults, and year to date in 2020, we have 478.
Mr. President, you answered my first set of questions. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the director, I'm in full support of this legislation.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Seeing no further hands, ordinance number 94720 stands approved. Moving now to ordinance number 96620 as amended. Councilmember is Griffin Kelly by not by Department of Request. Emergency ordinance to supplement the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976 by enacting new chapter 687B, third party food delivery services, to establish a limit on the commission that third parties can charge to restaurants located in the city of Cleveland to 15% of the purchase price on delivery or pickup orders, while restaurants are unable to provide unrestricted dine-in service, and to prohibit a reduction in compensation for delivery drivers as a result of the service. 3 amendments in section 1 and new section 687B01, insert new division C to read: person means any organization, corporation, not-for-profit, partnership, limited partnership, joint venture, unincorporated association, estate trust, or other commercial legal entity. Renumbering sections, existing sections division C and D to new sections D and E, and existing section 687.01B, strike order, such term to exclude, and insert order minus applicable coupon or promotional discount provided to the customer by eating and drinking establishment. Such price excludes In section 687.01D in line 1, insert means any, insert person who is engaged in operating a. In section 1, at new section 687B02B, strike lines 3, 4, 5 in their entirety, and insert order eating and drinking establishments shall provide written notice to third-party food delivery services requesting a refund of the amount of commission paid in excess of the allowable 15% within 7 business days. No third-party food delivery service shall fail to issue refund within 7 business days of notice. In section 1, at new section 687B.05, strike lines 1, 2, and 3 in their entirety, and insert this chapter shall only be in effect from the effective date of this ordinance until 90 days after eating and drinking establishments are permitted to operate without restrictions. This is largely this is a council piece. It's come back to us with the Director of Law signature, Director of Finance, and I think the Director of Public Safety. It's whited out and it says contents noted. Whoops, it says contents noted. So somehow I think there's enough approval. But Jennifer Heiner O'Leary worked with our law department on this, and this has been. We had a hearing at Finance. Basically, it's to help our small restaurants, our small businesses, as they try to survive this pandemic. Chief Williams, you have your hand up.
Yes, Council President. I just wanted to make sure before we got too far away from safety, there was a walk-on piece for safety. I think it was number 939.
939. 939, 942. So I know 939 was one of the pieces that was supposed to be sent to you as well.
Yeah,
939, it's amending prior ordinance number 485, 2020.
I remember the conversation. I don't have them here. Can our clerk find those ordinances for me before we
what numbers, Mr. Chairman?
what are the numbers, Chief?
It's ordinance number 93920, and it amended ordinance number 48520.
48520. What is that number again? I'm sorry.
The current ordinance number is 939-20, but it's an amendment to ordinance 485-20.
Thank you.
Is there 2 more, Chief?
No, it's Director. I think it's just one, Director, correct?
That's it. It's just that one. It's just the 93920.
Okay. While the clerk is, if you could just hang for a minute while the clerk is retrieving that and bringing it to me. If I can ask if there are questions, comments. I'd start with Blaine Griffin on the restaurant ordinance that we've been discussing. We discussed at Finance.
No, Mr. Chair, I think that we had a very robust conversation yesterday regarding this, and I'm in favor, so I support this legislation. I ask my colleagues to support it.
Great, thank you. We did have commentary from the Ohio Restaurant Association supporting our small mom and pop businesses, and they were advocating for this passage. Is there any further questions on 966 as amended? Okay. Not seeing any hands. Ordinance number 96620 as amended stands approved. And in 1 minute, I will get the other ordinance. Hang for just a second. I have a narrative.
Mr. Council President, Chief Williams again, and I'm looking at this now. This is Public Works, Director Cox's ordinance amendment, but it involves Division of Police and Public Safety.
Oh, what is it number? Tell me the number again, Chief.
939.
Okay, I have enough narrative on my cheat sheet that I'm going to get started.
It's listed as 939 as a relentless pursuit piece.
Okay, I've got enough information to get us started, and I believe I probably have it in my stack then. So let me read it, let me find it, and let's have a discussion about it. Ordinance number 93920. Councilmembers Johnson and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend the title and section 8 of ordinance number 45/2020, passed June 30th, 2020, pertaining to the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept Operation Relentless Pursuit grants to add a contract with KG Automotive LLC for the purpose of used vehicles, which will be used for the grant purposes. So Director Chief on 939.
Yeah.
So if go ahead. So if approved, ordinance 93920 would amend ordinance 48520 to authorize the Director of Public Works to enter into a contract with KG Automotive LLC for the purpose of used vehicles, which will be used for grant purposes. The total cost of the vehicles is $250,000 and will be funded through grant funding under RQS 6002 RL 2020-110. Council, these are for used vehicles for police operations throughout the city.
Okay, so this is an amendment to just walk me through this because I wasn't ready for this. So this is an amendment to 45, authorizing the apply and accept for relentless pursuit. What this ordinance does, 939, is it adds authority to contract with this organization for the purpose of purchasing used vehicles that will be used for, I got it, yeah, thank you. That will be used for the intent of, for public safety as authorized by 4520. Is that accurate?
That's correct. This grant allotted $271,099 for purposes of purchasing for undercover vehicles and for equipment. It was authorized to do $251,000 for the purchase of vehicles. So we were able to get these vehicles at a cost of $250,000.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Blaine Griffin on 93920.
Once again, Mr. Chair, I think this is necessity for the undercover operations that we have going on throughout the city. I'm very much in support of this, and definitely we know that they need these vehicles in order to perform their duties. Thank you. I'm asking my colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Councilman. This was recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Services and Properties. Councilman Ken Johnson, do you have anything further on 93920?
Mr. Chairman, I would only add that the cars that we have now are too nice to do undercover work. So they want to buy some cars that are a little bit beat up, which makes sense. And I'm fully in support of it.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions on 93920? I see no hands, so I'm 9392020 stands approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Don. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Safety, finance, moving to port control. I know I manage all my sheets. Beginning with Director Kennedy, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
You spoke up just in time. We're getting ready to move on. All right. So I'm going to be, Director, we have 3 pieces under consideration. Is that accurate?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to begin with ordinance number 98920. Council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to enter into one or more requirement contracts without competitive bidding with ADB Safeguard Americas LLC for the purchase of equipment, parts, labor, and required services needed to maintain operational compliance for the airfield lighting control systems, including replacement parts and software for the Division of Airports, Department of Port Control, for a period not to exceed 2 years, with 2 one-year options to renew, the first of which shall require additional legislative authority. Director?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. ADB Safeguard provides our airfield lighting system. There are thousands of lights on our airfield, both taxiway, runway, centerline, so forth, and miles of cabling here. To be a certified airport, we have to meet certain FAA standards for the monitoring, replacement, control of that. Our electricians do a certain amount of work. However, the proprietary materials from ADB is maintained and supplied by them. Our contract runs through March of next year. We always try to do it on March after our winter season because the airfield takes a severe beating during the winter, and we wish to continue with them after this contract period. The amount is about $300,000 per year, and we ask council's approval.
Thank you. You stated, how long has ADB Safeguard been with us, been a vendor of ours?
Mr. President, I'm not sure, but certainly as long as I've been here for almost 4 years, I would think that it would probably since way before that when we did the runway reconstruction reconfiguration in the early 2000s. But I can get that, but certainly my time.
You're pleased with the services they provide to the airport?
Absolutely. They've been very responsive to our needs.
Thank you. I'd like to see if the Chair of Transportation has questions on this. Chairwoman Phyllis Cleveland. Unmute, Councilman. You're muted, Councilwoman. There we go.
I muted myself. You muted me back.
I certainly
did. Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, Director. I don't have any questions on this one. I've reviewed it with the, Director and the department, and I know it's something that we need to have. The FAA requires it, and it's, for the safe operation of our airport. And I ask my colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions, comments on 98920? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 898, big difference. Ordinance number 89820 stands approved. Interpolation. Ordinance number 90320, Councilmembers Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to lease the International Women's Air and Space Museum, Inc. for certain space at Burke Lakefront Airport for a term of 5 years with a 5-year option to renew, exercisable with additional legislative authority. Director?
Mr. President, members of the council, the International Women's Air and Space Museum has called Burke home since 1998. We're very proud to have them as part of our family. They provide a very important part of education and for people in aviation, but more importantly, as we try to influence young children, particularly ladies, in pursuing science, technology, engineering, and math. The lease with them is for 2,400 square feet of office and 350 square feet of display at Burke Lakefront Airport. If you haven't been there, I strongly suggest it. It's very educational, and bring your children, your grandchildren, whatever it may be. They're asking for a 5-year term with a renewal of 5-year with additional legislative authority. It is based on a third-party appraisal. They have 3 people that is employed there, 3 ladies, and no Cleveland residents and no minorities. And for this, we ask for your approval. It is $31,981.25 annual rent.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland, can you tell us if you support 90320? Tell by the nodding of your head that you like it, but if you could unmute, that'd be, there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. I hate Zoom. Mr. Chairman, I support this legislation, and as the director mentioned, this museum has been here at Burke since 1998, and it's quite an exhibit, and I would encourage everyone to visit it if you haven't. And I believe it may be, if it's not the only museum of this type, it's one of a handful in this country. So, and again, a very worthy endeavor to have in Burke Lakefront Airport.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Further questions, comments on 903, Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I just want to add to what Councilwoman Cleveland said. I had the opportunity to go down and check out this museum. And when I started on council, I had no idea it was there. Really, really cool museum. Everyone really, needs to check this museum out. The International Women's Aerospace Museum. It's just really great asset in Cleveland, and I feel like so few people know about it. So check it out and tell your friends.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Anything further on 90320? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 90320 stands approved. Ordinance number 93820. Council members Cleveland, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to enter into agreement with the Greater Cleveland Sports Commission to implement and manage demolition and removal of docks 30 and 32 warehouses and demolition related remediation to the site, which is needed to stage the 2021 NFL Draft at North Coast Harbor and to amend Section 2 of Ordinance number 102828, passed January 11, 2019, related to major events, and add the Department of Port Control to the list of departments that may apply for and accept gifts and grants and enter into agreements relative to a big event held on the property. Director?
Mr. President, members of council, besides the two airports, the Department of Port Control has the harbors at downtown, and Cleveland has been honored by being selected for the NFL Draft in 2021. Front and center of the city and the draft will be the harbors area, the lakefront at East 9th, and two of the buildings down there are some warehouses that have material from Port Control and other city offices, and it's about 118,000 square feet. We need to take those those buildings down. They're in not the best shape. And move out the material first, remediate for drainage, electrical improvements down there, and restore this so that once the NFL is gone, additional parking and parking revenue for Browns games when we're all back down there, and for other main events down on our waterfront. The Greater Cleveland Sports Commission has been a good partner of ours to work through planning for big events such as this, and they're familiar with the project and the desires of the city to make this not only for the NFL Draft, but an ongoing venture for us as we go beyond that. So the Sports Commission will obviously have to competitively bid this project, and we need to have this done by March 1st. For this, we ask for the council's approval.
Thank you, Director. Director, what is what currently goes on in the warehouses?
Currently, there's some storage of pavers from East 9th Street, some public safety bicycle racks in case they need them downtown quickly. Some other equipment that is probably not worth the value of storage, but yet something you want to have as we look at repairs to East 9th Street pier in that area over there. That's predominantly what's there. But I have John Hoos, who is our harbors manager with us. John, do you want to add anything on to that? Something
No, you covered it. That's exactly what's in the building.
So miscellaneous city stuff.
Miscellaneous city stuff is
attic stock, that type of
attic stock.
Okay. And what is the condition of the warehouses?
They are not in anything that I think could be rentable without sizable investment.
Okay.
They're
Thank you. I have had a briefing on this, and I'm comfortable with 930-820, but I would like to hear from Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland. Questions, comments on 930-820.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Director, just a couple of things I wanted to clarify. Again, we are allocating $1 million. This is $1 million. Is that the
not to exceed, right?
Not to, yes, ma'am.
Not to exceed $1 million, and we're bearing that cost, but the Greater Cleveland Sports Commission will actually oversee the demolition process?
Through the council president to the chair, to council person, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and through the president to the director, they will be required to comply with the city OEO goals and competitively bid the project out, right?
Yes, ma'am. They through the president to the council person, yes, ma'am. They will need to competitively bid this out and meet our guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And through the president to the director, and actually you may not, I don't know, you're probably not the person to answer this, but I'm just wondering, based on our current environment and what could be happening just 4 months from now, what if the NFL postpones the draft or cancels the draft for some reason? Are we indemnified in any way if the draft doesn't happen?
Through the president to the council person, I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna have to call on John. The situation is those buildings have de minimis use as they are now. Future parking for Browns game and other events have tremendous advantage to us. But I'm going to ask Mr. Hoos if he could chime in at this on any indemnification. John?
There would not be, like you stated, though. The buildings are in pretty poor shape and are not consistent with future uses for the property. So they would eventually have to come down regardless of whether the draft was held there or not.
Okay, thank you. And finally, through the president to Director Kennedy. So after the draft, then the lots will just be used for additional parking. Would those lots, would that site be large enough or attractive enough for another type of development?
Through the president to the council person, huge benefits for us is the drainage issues that are down there, the electrical issues down there. And as Mr. Hoos pointed out, the buildings coming down, all of those improvements have tremendous value to us as a city, as harbors, and it could open up the possibility for additional or different development than we know at this point. Right now, as you pointed out, Councilperson, the COVID, there's so many things up in the air, and we've discussed that previously in today's meeting, but it does offer us more flexibility, more opportunity than we have today.
Okay, thank you, Director, and thank you, Mr. President. And I don't have any more questions, and I ask my colleagues to support this legislation.
Thank you, Councilwoman. This was also routed to go to Committee on Development, Planning, Sustainability. Councilman Anthony Brancatelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pretty much the same line of questioning as Councilwoman Cleveland. Are we looking for a certain EPA clearance as we tear these buildings down as well?
Through the president to the council person, I have Director Donnell on the line, who is part of this this team. Director Donnell, your input, if you don't mind.
Director, you're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Thank you. And thank you. Good afternoon. Through the council president to the councilman. Can you repeat your question, please?
Just getting the standard EPA clearances on these buildings.
Oh, absolutely. Regarding phase 1, phase 2, yeah, those had already been conducted some time ago because the contemplation of demo had been for some time. But yes, all of those would be considered. There's not much asbestos or environmental hazards in these buildings. Essentially, they're warehouses. They're shells of buildings.
Great, that's good to hear. And then to either Director Donnell or Kennedy, who in 1987 was labeled the worst draft pick, the Mad Dog in the meat market? Never mind. You don't have to answer that.
Junkin?
Mike Junkin. Okay, on to the bonus round.
All right, thank you, Councilman. And the warehouses do fall in Ward 3. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
This hearing is getting loose, Mr. President. Anyways, support this legislation. And as Councilman Cleveland noted, I think this is important not only for the draft, but also for clearing the site too for future investment. I'm curious, Mr. President to Director or Mr. Hoos, the only question I've gotten on this is the decision making behind the site for the draft. Can you just shed a little bit of light on how that decision was made, if you know it?
You're muted, Director.
John, can you take that? You've been our lead with the draft.
Yes, I know they were looking at a few different sites in the downtown area. I can't ascribe specifically what they saw on the lakefront. I imagine because of the size and the contiguous space available to lay out their event space. Also, its proximity to the stadium, and obviously the Rock Hall or a big attraction. We don't really have the specifics on what the actual site plan will look like and how it's laid out, as they're still kind of developing that.
Thank you. And so the comments I've received from folks would be concerns around wind and otherwise. And it's a beautiful site, right? It's right on the water, it's by the stadium. But I would imagine, Mr. Chairman, to the director, or I'm going to label you assistant director, I forget your title, Mr. Hoos, but I would imagine they take all that into consideration. Is that correct? The logistics and wind patterns and all that?
To present to the councilman, yes, they do. As part of the mayor's special event committee, all the security contingencies are thought about, and there's backups for backups, and that was definitely thought out. But the specifics, again, will be contingent on what that site plan is. I imagine they want to move forward if they couldn't have figured out those issues.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I'll just close by saying I'm encouraged, and hopefully this generates more interest in that location as we move forward for investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick. Councilman McCormick. Councilman, we can't hear you even though you're not showing up as muted. Do you have a headphone or something? A Bluetooth there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Mr. President, the NFL hasn't told us that this was the exact location of the draft yet, have they?
No.
Okay, so this is just a presumption that at this point that this is where they want to be.
I will direct the question to Mr. Hoos, but my understanding is they haven't told us specifically, but this is certainly an area that's under consideration. But John, if you could unmute yourself and unfreeze yourself.
Sorry. Yeah, this is, I believe, the primary location under consideration.
Okay, and then there's no plans as of right now for any development right there. And if the NFL wants to come in and put some sort of temporary structure up, is the city on the hook for that structure once they leave or anything like that? I mean, we don't know what they may need to accommodate them at that location. I'm assuming they don't just want us to tear these two buildings down and have a great big old open, vacant lot there. There has not been any plan submitted or anything like that for what could potentially go there on a permanent basis.
John, I'll let you answer that. Director?
John, would you like to answer?
Sure.
Or
you can handle it, Director, now.
Okay. So in general, through the council president to the councilman, let me go back to your first question as well. Yes, so this site is indicated. We don't exactly know. Final plans have not been submitted to the city regarding what they need at the site beyond demolition of the two docks. Regarding any structures, essentially, everyone should assume at this point they needed the city to do any structures, et cetera. We would have already received that ask. As Director Kennedy has already mentioned, these demolitions have to be conducted and finished by March 1st. in order to give enough time for the NFL to stage everything that they need to do. So if there are any structures, be it temporary, tents, stages, et cetera, at some point, the Department of Building and Housing Special Events Committee that has already been working with the NFL will receive those packages and help in implementing those. But there is no plan that we've seen, because I imagine we would have seen that if there was some type of permanent structure left behind by the NFL. So that is not an assumption.
And when again is the draft?
April
29th?
April 29th through the 1st of May, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, thank you.
I'm still on the board. Thank you, Councilman Casey. If there are no further questions, ordinance number 93820 stands approved. Thank you all. That's everything, right, Director?
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And council.
I'd like to move now to public utilities. Good afternoon, Director Davis.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
We have 3 ordinances under consideration. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. That's correct.
Going to begin with ordinance number 85320. Council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of water pumps, electric motors, controls, transformers, circuit breakers, switch gears, appurtenances, and materials, equipment, supplies, parts, and services necessary to test, maintain, replace, and repair water pumps, electric motors, controls, transformers, circuit breakers, switchgear, and appurtenances, including but not limited to inspection supplies, repairing, testing, labor, and installation, if necessary, for the Division of Water, Department of Public Utilities for a period up to 2 years. Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As you know, the Division of Water has 4 water treatment plants, 10 secondary pump stations, each which have pumps, motors, and various sizes and voltages associated with appurtenances as well. The maintenance of this equipment is vitally important and requires technical expertise for manufacturers as it relates to the pumps and motors. These contracts are estimated cost about $1 million. So it'll be $500,000 for the first year, $500,000 for the second year. And again, Mr. President, this legislation will lead to a new requirement contract for a period of 2 years.
Thank you, Director. Ordinance number reading backwards today. Ordinance number 85320 has been heard and recommended for passage by the Committee on Utilities. Councilman Brian Casey on ordinance number 853.
It was fully vetted by utilities. We ask our colleagues to fully support it.
Thank you. Are there further questions on ordinance number 85320? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 85320 stands approved. Ordinance number 88720, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of rehabilitating and replacing the West 56th Street sewer system, which may include but not limited to sewer replacements and rehabilitation of installing manholes and catch basins, authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more public improvement contracts for the making of the improvement, and authorizing Director to apply for and accept any loans or grants from any public or private entity, including but not limited to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District or Community Cost Share Program. Further, the Director will ensure that this is done with the highest quality of workmanship ever seen in the city of Cleveland. Director?
Thank you, Mr. President. This legislation will give us the ability to construct a sewer on West 56th Street and also give us the ability to apply and accept grants, loans applied for permits and licenses and other authorizations for this required project. This sewer project is again on West 56th Street between Park and Memphis Avenue. The existing sewer was built in 1927. So therefore it's reached its useful life. The project consists of replacing about 2,100 feet of main sewer, which is great. And it's also in Ward 13. And the cost is approximately $2.5 million. And the funding will come from community cost share as well as the MCIP grant as well.
Thank you. This has been heard, recommended for passage by Committee on Utilities. Councilman Brian Casey.
President, we fully vetted this one, and we ask that our colleagues, our colleagues fully support it.
Great. And the local council person has been consulted and is very much in favor of ordinance number 887.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments on 88720? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 88720 stands approved. Ordinance number 896-2020, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Utilities to enter into, apply, and accept a principal forgiveness water supply revolving loan account loan to participate in a pilot project to replace lead service lines and to insert, excuse me, let me start again. Authorize Director of Public Utilities to enter into, apply, and accept a principal forgiveness water supply revolving loan account loan to participate in a pilot project to replace lead service lines to certain child care facilities in Cuyahoga County and use the loan for reimbursement of the city's cost to replace these lead service lines. Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This will authorize the Division of Water to accept a loan with principal forgiveness from the Ohio EPA and approximately $1 million to reimburse Cleveland Water for the cost of this particular project. Using existing contracts, CWD will be placing the city-owned lead service lines, approximately 450 registered type A and type B and C child care facilities in Cuyahoga County. This is a part of a joint effort from Ohio EPA as well as the Department of Health and Job and Family Services and a third-party contractor. CWD will also supply filters, pitchers, 30-day post-replacement sample bottles as we do analysis for lead and leave educational materials as required by Ohio laws on this particular pilot program. The funding source is, again, the Ohio EPA state revolving loan, and it's scheduled to anticipate to be completed in 2023 with the targeted child care facilities. I will add, Mr. President, that out of the 450 state registered type A, B, and C, 300 and approximately 300 are in the city of Cleveland.
Thank you, Director. And this is the Ohio EPA is providing this funding. There's no money out from the city of Cleveland.
That is correct. It is a $1 million grant, and we will, the city will get, Cleveland Water will get reimbursed.
Thank you. And this was heard and recommended for passage by the Committee on Utilities. Councilman Brian Casey.
Yep, we fully vetted it and we recommend our colleagues fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions, comments on 89620? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 89620 stands approved.
Thank you, Mr.
That's over the right, Director. Alex, all good?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Moving to community development. Director, how are you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon, Council President.
Good afternoon. We have 3 pieces under consideration today.
We do. The first 2, Commissioner James Green will present and I will handle the last one.
Perfect. All right, let me read them out. Ordinance number 94920, Council members Bashir, Jones, Frank, Telling, Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Community Development to enter into a development agreement with Frontline Development Group, LLC, or its designee for the sale and redevelopment of city currently in the city's land reutilization program, which are located in the Allen Estates Development Site Plan, and authorizing the Commissioner of Purchase and Supplies to sell city-owned properties no longer needed for public use. So, Director, I believe you said Mr. Green is going to be handling this. Commissioner Green?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President.
How you doing, Commissioner?
Oh, doing okay.
Right.
This piece is a request by the department to be able to enter into a development agreement for parcels located in Ward 7 near League Park. There are 38 parcels that are being transferred for the development. It's just a development agreement. Normally, we don't need this, but the developer has requested this so they can secure financing.
Thank you. This has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Development Planning Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple quick comments first. I think the commissioner and our staff do not sleep. I had an email at 4:30 in the morning making sure that this legislation was going to be on, and Joe Titron responded shortly after. So they both are early in the morning to make sure legislation is being done and the city's residents' business is being done. Also wanted to thank the county land bank. Some of these parcels that came through the county land bank through demolition and land clearing, and another vote for our BOR system that does work well. Fully support this legislation. I know Councilman Bashir Jones is anxious for this to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And Bashir Jones is not with us, but I'm quite certain he is in favor of 94920. Questions, comments on ordinance number 94920? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 94920 stands approved. Ordinance number 95220, Councilors McCormick, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development to enter into a grant agreement with the Near West Side Multi-Service Center doing business as May Dugan Center to make repairs to the city-owned facility located at 4115 Bridge. Director or Commissioner?
Yes, so this is a request for the department to award and be able to contract with May Dugan Center so that we can expend $425,000. As you know, the center is embarking on a capital campaign. We increased the term of the lease to 40 years so that they could embark on this $5.5 million campaign. The city is looking to commit $425,000 to this effort, along with additional funds that were already set aside, so that they can do immediate work on replacing the roof. And so this is a request to allow us to be able to award and then contract with them so that they can work with their general contractor, Snavely, to move this project forward.
Great, thank you. May Dugan Center certainly provides essential services, and I'm a distant nephew of May Dugan herself. But with that, I would like to comment that this was heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Development Planning Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thoroughly reviewed, and a lot of accolades for May Dugan and the wonderful work they do. I know the director was online earlier, Rick, but we probably wore him down, but fully supported through our committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And this, the May Dugan Center is in Ward 3. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems like all Irish people are related. I can say that because I'm Irish. Anyways, Chair, we had a long conversation about the wonderful things that May Dugan does at our committee hearing. I won't repeat all that. We actually shared photos too. So anyone who wants to refer to that testimony, please do. But fully support this legislation. This is an incredible organization that has lasting and important impact in our community.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. Further questions, comments on 95220? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 95220 stands approved.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 95420. Ordinance number 95420. Council members Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Community Development to enter into an option to acquire agreement with the Ohio Department of Transportation or its designee in connection with the purchase of ODOT-owned property located at 9607 Buckeye Road, needed for future development of Wood Hill CMHA property and surrounding neighborhood. Authorizing the Commissioner of Purchase Supplies to purchase the property from ODOT for the Department of Community Development, and authorizing the Commissioner of Purchase Supplies to convey the property to Cleveland Metropolitan Housing Authority, which is not needed for the city's public use. Director.
Yeah, good afternoon. This relates to the city's co-application with CMHA, Cuyahoga Metropolitan Housing Authority's Wood Hill Choice application to HUD to secure $23 million in money to revitalize the Wood Hill Estates and surrounding neighborhood. This is a key property for one of the development sites. It's a small lot that the Department of Transportation of Ohio owns. They didn't even know they had it in their inventory, but they are willing to give an option to the city and also give it in consideration of a public benefit for the project if we choose the exercise in the option. At this present time, we need an option agreement signed between the city of Cleveland and the state of Ohio in order to prove that we have site control, so that the application will be successful when it's submitted to HUD on December 16th.
Thank you very much. And this has been heard and recommended for passage. Ordinance number 95420, Councilman Anthony Brancatelli.
Heard and reviewed and very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe this property is in Ward 4. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's on Buckeye Road across from the Rapid Station.
Johnson, are you supportive of ordinance number 554?
I'm supportive of it, Mr. Chairman, but it's actually in Ward 6.
Okay, Councilman Blaine Griffin. Any
I'm in
comments?
full support of it, been briefed about this, and of course, this supports one of the phases that we're doing with the Woodhill Up Next project.
Perfect. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, ordinance number 95420 stands approved. Thank you, Director. Commissioner, that's everything on your agenda?
That's everything. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, we got to get it today because if we miss. Next, I want to go to Department of Economic Development. If Director Ebersol has been able to catch his breath, take a breather. All right, he's back.
Yeah, I thought about a costume change, but I decided against it.
All right. All right, so Director, we have 5 ordinances remaining. Is that for your department? Is that accurate?
Yes, and I think we can do 900 and 907 together.
Okay, I'll read those together. Ordinance number 900, 2020, council members McCormick, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. Emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to apply for and accept a HUD 108 loan, oh, there's that word again, or loans from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development to partially finance the redevelopment of the Centennial Project at 925 Euclid Avenue, and authorizing director to enter into one or more contracts with Millennia Housing Development LLC or its designee to implement the project. Ordinance 90720. Councilmembers McCormick, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into a tax increment financing agreement with Millennia Housing Development Limited or its designee to support the redevelopment at the Centennial at 925 Euclid Avenue project, to provide for payments to the Cleveland Metropolitan School District and declare certain improvements to real property to be a public purpose. Director?
Thank you. This is for the redevelopment of the former Huntington Bank building, the Union Trust building, and I think some other names at 925 Euclid. It's one of the crown jewel sites of the city. This proposal is this is to help fund the first phase of the project. The proposal is to put more than $260 million into the renovation of this historic project, a mix of private equity, bank debt, historic and low-income housing tax credits, and the contribution discussed today, which would be a $15 million loan funded by the city out of Section 108 funds, as well as a non-school TIF to support the project. It's a building that's been through several iterations for redevelopment. We're pleased that Millennia has acquired the property and is undertaking the endeavor here. The proposal for the project, this is just phase 1 that we're looking at right here, but even that phase would bring 480 units of affordable housing into the downtown area of the city. 312 of those units would be at 50% AMI, 56 at 60%, and 112 at 80% AMI. So the rents would start in the low 700s, and for the largest units would be around $1,200 a month. So bringing a new price point into the city, into downtown, helping to diversify the housing stock down there, and really taking a building that could be the greatest building in the city, and right now is just kind of lying there dormant and dark, and helping to revive it for a great use again. So we're excited to be working with them on this project. All told, this will probably be $500 million through the multiple phases, but just getting this phase going is a great start.
Thank you, Director. This is, I have been briefed on this project, and it is an incredibly historic building. on the corner of 9th and Euclid. But it really is an exciting project. Both of these ordinances, 900, 907, have been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Development, Planning, Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli, 900 and 907.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thoroughly reviewed, very supportive. Looking at the rent structures, as the director pointed out, starting at $712 for one bedroom on for the 50% median, all the way up to $1,370 for the 80%. Really provides an open market for missing rent structures that are for downtown. And for those who are earning $26,000 on the 50% median on up, I think it really hits home on that. We did clarify during the committee meeting, very supportive. This requires or is pending strategic initiatives funding through low-income housing tax credits. Our vote today does not include that portion of the funding that comes from OFA and through the mayor's office. We're voting today on the HUD 108 and the TIF financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. And this is a ward, this property is in Ward 3. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fully support this legislation as Councilman Brancatelli did. Well, and let me start. I want to thank the director and his staff for all their hard work on this piece and in this project. Excuse me. As Councilman Brancatelli noted, this is a really exciting project in Cleveland. You know, not only is it one of the most important buildings in downtown Cleveland from a historic perspective, and the impacts of that historic renovation on it are huge. It's also a low-income housing tax credit affordable housing project, which I also think is significant for our downtown neighborhood. It really adds to the vibrancy of our community and at a different price point, which I think is just an all-around good thing for the neighborhood. As I noted, Mr. President, too, in addition to the more affordable rents, living connected to easy access to transit or to walk, whether you work downtown or on the near east or near west side, not having to rely on a vehicle is another aspect that makes this development a lot more affordable for folks too. So really exciting historic rehab of this building, but also doing so in a way of providing affordable housing for the downtown neighborhood, which I think is a missing piece and is going to really complement what's going on in our city.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Brian Casey on ordinance numbers 900, 907.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to the director, is there a difference between affordable housing in a unit like this downtown and an affordable housing that would be going up in a neighborhood not in downtown?
To the councilman, no, the affordable housing is set in CD might, let me make sure I think I'm right, but CD might have to correct me on this. The affordable housing is set on a county basis. So the rent is based on the county-wide income. And if I'm wrong, it's a city-wide basis, but it doesn't get down to the neighborhood level.
You said that rents would start at how much for the one bedrooms?
$712 a month.
Okay. And that's considered affordable?
Yes.
Okay. And just to reiterate, this is how much in the HUD 108 loan is the city offering?
$15.15 million.
And how many year TIF?
It's a 30-year non-school TIF.
This is a prime piece of real estate. Do we know how much, Mr. President, to the director, we would be garnering both the city and the county in property taxes if we didn't TIF it?
Yeah, so my estimated value on the TIF is about $1,300,000 a year.
All right, and then, Mr. President, one thing that we should start looking into is as we're offering these TIFs, and I know that it's good for the city, but on a county basis, I mean, how much money is our libraries starting to lose? How much money is our health and human services not picking up because we're offering these TIFs? I know that's not a discussion for right now, but that's probably a discussion that we could maybe do through development planning and sustainability in the near future. But all right, I just wanted to confirm that it was a HUD 108 and a 30-year TIF. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Charles Slife.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I alluded to this earlier on our last HUD 108. I'm not going to move the goalposts after this has been negotiated, but I do think that we need to have a conversation, whether it's through DPS or some other venue, about the types of collateral that we're taking for loans like this and others, because from the executive summary we did receive yesterday, it does appear that a personal guarantee is also the securing document against the city's CDBG funds.
Yeah, if I may, we also have a mortgage position, a interest rate in the TIF proceeds, and a $1 million debt reserve funded at closing, in addition to the personal guarantee. Just for clarification on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on 900, 907? Seeing no hands, ordinances 900, 907 stand approved. Ordinance number 93620. Councilmember Santana, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the Cleveland Citywide Development Corporation designee may enter into at least 3 partially forgivable separate loan contracts with Metro West Community Development Organization or its designee to rehabilitate at least 3 vacant single-family homes on scattered sites within the Clark Fulton neighborhood and other associated costs necessary to redevelop the property under the authority of ordinance number 56317, passed August 16th, 2017. Director?
Thank you. So this allocates $250,000 of funding that were allocated previously as part of the Mayor's Neighborhood Transformation Initiative to Cleveland Citywide Development Corporation for a housing program. This ordinance permits the transfer of $250,000 from CCDC to Metro West Community Development Organization to help with the funding of the acquisition renovation of 3 vacant properties, to help to build back some new housing in that neighborhood, really targeting that price point right around $100,000. So to make home ownership reasonably affordable for new owners. The loans themselves will have a 20% forgiveness component if the Metro West reaches all of our Chapter 187, 188 goals, meets our new housing green building standards, and so to provide an additional buffer against a potential loss in order to help get these prices at the level that we're trying to get for affordability here. So this is a new movement into this neighborhood, a new push from Metro West CDO, and we're excited to be working with them to get this moving.
Thank you, Director. And this has also been heard and recommended for passage by Community Development Planning Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thoroughly reviewed and support. This is part of the mayor's transformation plan. And this is the next area that they're working in. So we're excited that these next steps are being taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And this falls in Ward 14. Councilwoman Jasmine Santana.
Yeah, this has been a long time conversation. And so finally, we're getting the support. I'm very excited. And just to kind of just share a little bit of information, we don't have a medium price point for our housing. And so we're having families being displaced or they have no properties to purchase that are in that medium price point between 60 and 100,000. So, we're going to go after some properties and rehab them and hopefully make it affordable for our residents. So very excited about this pilot opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We're all excited for it. We are very confident of its success. Anything further on ordinance number 93620? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 93620 stands approved. Ordinance number 95020. Council members Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Jumpstart Inc. or its designee to help with operating expenses associated with providing technical and financial assistance to Cleveland businesses. Director?
Thank you. So this will continue our partnership with Jumpstart to work on entrepreneurship and outreach to small businesses. I think this is especially important at this point in time as we start to see the COVID recession clear. When we come out of recessions, it's very typical. We often see new entrepreneurship develop within the city, within our economy. And this will be, these programs are really critical at that point in time to get people moving in the right direction. Jumpstart worked with us last year through their Core City Impact Program, which is a intensive program that features businesses that are really ready to go, ready to grow, and puts them through a training and pitch contest. In addition, they've worked with us on workshops on direct outreach to small business and entrepreneurs. Last year, they were able to get to over 200 businesses. This year, we're challenging them to get to at least 300 individuals to at least touch and get tracked, whether it's through one of their programs or through one of the various partner programs we have out there. So this is an exciting partnership, and we're looking forward to continuing it to further entrepreneurship in our community.
Thank you. And ordinance number 950 has been heard and recommended for passage. Councilman Brancatelli?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thoroughly reviewed and lots of support for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on 950-20? Seeing none, ordinance number 950-20 stands approved. Jumpstart does a lot of great things for us, so I'm looking forward to that happening. Ordinance number 951-20, council members Brancatelli and Kelly, by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into an agreement with the Urban League of Greater Cleveland or its designee to assist with operating expenses associated with outreach assistance and administration of a loan fund and assistance, training and planning for small businesses through the Entrepreneur Center. Director?
Thank you. Take everything that I just said about Jumpstart, apply it here. Partnership with the Urban League. They're very strong also in supporting small businesses. They run a small business development center on behalf of the state of Ohio, and also have what's called the UBIZ Fund, in addition to their work with NDC and the Capital Access Fund, both of which provide capital access, small loans to startup businesses that are looking to get that capital that they need. So excited to continue this partnership as well. It's a great organization doing a lot of great things, and we've had a lot of success and look forward to more.
Thank you. This has been recommended for passage by Committee on Development, Planning, and Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli?
Again, reviewed and very supportive, and especially during this time of COVID. These organizations are needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on ordinance number 951? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 951 stands approved. And I think you're done with us for the day, Director.
I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving to Public Works.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before you jump into Public Works, I apologize. For the May Dugan ordinance 952-2020, can you please add Councilwoman Jasmine Santana to that?
Yes, please. If we make that adjustment before the meeting this evening, this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Director Cox? There he is. All right.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, Director. Fairly healthy agenda. You have 8 ordinances to consider.
I think some are mocap, some of mine. Yeah, we got about 8 items.
Okay, and then we knocked one out during safety about purchasing.
Yes, I was not here. Assistant Director Johnson was here, and she told me that you had knocked the safety out. So.
Yep, so that one's all good. I'm going to start with 874. Ordinance number 874, 20, Councilmembers Conwell, Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to accept a gift from Kaboom of the design and installation of a multi-sport court at Moulton Scoutway Park, located East 115th Street and Moulton Avenue. Director?
Yes, thank you, sir. This is a $50,000 grant that we received to put in a multi-purpose court surface at Moulton Scoutway Park. It is for a tennis court. It is a grant that we went out and received, got for this court. So it's just a grant that came through Kaboom, which is a playground manufacturer, and they gave us a grant for that resurfacing. We did some internal work, Mr. Chairman, and they're going to lay the surface down for us.
Great. Thank you. This had been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Services and Properties. Councilman Johnson, you're good with 874?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And this would have been routed to Development Planning Sustainability. Councilman Brancatelli, anything on 874? I'll take that as a no. This falls in Ward 9. Is Councilman Campos?
We had a conversation with the councilman on this project.
Further on 874-20. Seeing no hands, 874-20 stands approved. 875-20. Councilmembers Johnson and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Works to enter an agreement with Children's Hunger Alliance to participate in after-school program during the 2021-22 school year at all city recreation centers for a period of 1 year with a 1-year option to renew exercisable by Director of Public Works. Director?
Thank you, sir. This is our after-school meal program at our recreation centers. We are working now with the Children's Hunger Alliance, which allowed us to become partners with them. They do most of the after-school meals and summer lunch programs around the state. One of the benefits of working with them is that we did not have to put up any money for spoiled meals or wasted meals. And so they'll take care of that. We look forward to working with them again. We worked with them last summer, we worked for this summer. We served about 52,000 after-school meals last year between 19 and 21 and 20. So we look forward to working with them and getting these meals, this program to the young people in our city.
Thank you, Director. And this has also been heard and recommended for passage by Municipal Service and Properties. Councilman Johnson, are we good with 875?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman. It's a significant difference from years past. Kids waste a lot of food, and I don't know how the director did it, but we're the only ones that they will pay for it. We don't have to pay for it. So I'm fine with it.
Great, thank you. Anything further on 875? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 875-20 stands approved. Ordinance number 876-20, Councilmembers Johnson, Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter an agreement with Children's Hunger Alliance to participate in summer food program services during June through August 2021 at all city recreation centers with an option to renew exercisable by the Director of Public Works. I hope we're back up in operation by then. Director.
Yes, sir. We are. We had this program again this summer, the summer lunch program, which I think everyone's aware of. We had a grab and go service because of the pandemic. We served about 4,700 breakfasts and about 4,700 lunches during the summer, this past summer with the Hunger Alliance. And again, these are grab and go meals. And again, is very well attended. Not as well as when we didn't have the pandemic, Mr. Chairman, but very well attended. Kids came back, got their meals, their lunch meals, and took them home. So again, we asked that this be passed so we can do the same thing this summer, whether it's a grab and go or a sit down, depending on the pandemic.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Johnson, this was heard and recommended for a passage by Municipal Service and Properties.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's one of our most important programs. And it has been run very well. As a matter of fact, the grab and go was a unique opportunity for us to feed the kids that actually need it.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Is there anything further on 876-20? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 876-20 stands approved. Ordinance number 880-20, Councilmembers Johnson, Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into one or more concession agreements for the operation of food and beverage concessions at Gordon Park and Brookside Park for the Development of Public Works for the Department of Public Works for a period not to exceed 3 years. Director?
Yes, sir. This will allow us to enter into a contract with the concessionaires for Brookside and Gordon, where we have concession stands. We did not open them this past summer, but we would like to put a contract in place just in case we do. We are able to open these up, and there's no loss to the city with this. If we don't open them, we just don't open them. We don't pay out anything. Okay. Right. So we'd ask for permission to open to.
This is a relatively small contract, isn't it, Director?
It's a relatively small. It pays us maybe $1,500 per year if we get it open.
If we get it open, okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Johnson, this was heard and recommended for passage.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and we fully
Anything
support.
Further?
No, I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Any further questions on 880-20? Seeing no hands, 880-20 stands approved. Ordinance number 889-20, Councilmembers Johnson, Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of carts for the automated waste collection and curbside recycling program for the Division of Waste Collection and Disposal, Department of Public Works for a 1-year period. Director.
Thank you, sir. This is a replacement cart for the carts that have been damaged out in the field during waste collection. These are automatic carts. These are 96-gallon carts, which we have the most problems with. So we are asking for that approval to buy about 3,600 carts with this $200,000. We just purchased 50,000. With 50,000 out of the same pot of money, we purchased 1,036 carts. So we are running into our life cycle of those carts that we put out at the beginning. They're starting to tear up real bad. So as I told the committee, we will be adding capital money to our budget every year to reset to put carts in our capital budget so we can get replacement carts.
Thank you, Director. We believe this will get us through 2021.
No, sir, it will not. What we will be doing is in the 2021 capital budget, we will add some more money in our capital budget, requesting from you guys to pass that budget so we can add more carts.
Got it. Councilman Johnson, this was heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Service and Properties.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I don't have anything else to add. It's an important piece.
Understood. Thank you. Councilman Casey?
Mr. President, to the director, we currently have carts to give out to people who need carts, correct?
We currently have about 900 carts in stock.
And have we gotten rid of the backlog from people who are in need of carts? Are they all out, do you know?
No, they're not all out.
Councilman.
We're working on getting that backlog out.
All right, but we have the carts to fill the backlog.
We have the carts for what we have demand for right now.
All right, thank you.
Yep, tomorrow, anytime after 6 a.m.
Thank you, Councilman.
All righty. You too. Bye-bye.
Anything further on 889? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 889 stands approved. Ordinance number 902, 2020. Ordinance number 902, 2020, council members Bishop, Johnson, and Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to lease certain space located at the Earl B. Turner Recreation Center to Jumpstart Inc. for the purpose of developing a community innovation learning center in connection with their digital learning community center initiative for a term of 4 years. Director?
Thank you. I don't know if Commissioner DeRosa is on.
Yep, I'm on, and
okay, so
and Twyla's on as well, Director.
Is Twyla still on? Okay.
Yep.
So with me is, as you know, Commissioner James DeRosa of Real Estate. He'll talk about the lease, and if there's any questions about the program that Jumpstart and Verizon is bringing into our rec center, Ms. Twyla Turner is here to answer any questions. So James, would you please?
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a lease to Jumpstart for approximately 1,600 square feet at the Earl B. Turner Rec Center, and it's for classroom space and storage in order to provide a brand new thing for the community, a digital community innovation learning center. And we're one of 4 cities for this larger initiative that's funded by Verizon. And Jumpstart is the project manager here in Cleveland. And the other cities are Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Portland, Oregon, and Houston. And I'm going to talk for a minute about just sort of the real estate side of things. And like the director said, Ms. Turner from Jumpstart is on the phone as well. So Jumpstart will be renovating the lease space, including the adjacent hallways, and improving it into the space that they need for this digital learning environment. And they're also going to do a feasibility study to see about bringing 5G capability into the rec center. And so this ordinance would allow that as well, but that would be a subsequent phase after the feasibility study. And so the lease would be for 4 years, which is, their preferred term for this arrangement. And then hopefully it'll continue into the future, and we would come back to City Council for authorization to extend the lease. The lease is at just $1 a year in exchange for the donation of the improvements that they'll be making to the recreation center. And so I think that's about it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Turner, anything further on this project?
Oh, outside of the fact that we are super excited to bring this project to the city of Cleveland and working with the foundation partner to do so, we've been in great company with Director Cox and Jamie DeRosa on bringing this to you. And so we're excited about the initiative and we hope that it passes today.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and thanks for everything that you do. This has been heard and recommended for passage by Municipal Services and Property. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is an exciting program that is going to completely transform that neighborhood. I think we need to sit down and talk to Councilman Bishop and see how he accomplished that.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Because he did good for his community. This is a wonderful thing, believe me.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. And again, I had the privilege of speaking with Councilman Bishop about this, and this is just a really tremendous opportunity for his neighborhood. And I just think this is the kind of stuff we should be looking at doing, more of in more locations. But Councilman Bishop, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are very excited over here in Ward 2 to get this type of fighting our people and uplift our community. And I want to thank the administration and Director Cox and Twyla and your team. And we're just overly excited here, and we can't wait for this to happen.
Great. Well, congratulations, Councilman. This is really this is really a game changer for the neighborhood. So great work by everybody.
Thank you.
Further questions on 902? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 90220 stands approved. Thank you all very much for making this one happen. Ordinance number 90420. Councilmembers Johnson, Brackatelli, Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Purchase and Supplies to purchase property for the improvement of the Ambler Horton Playground for the Department of Public Works. Director?
Again, Jamie, you want to go through this one, please?
Yep, Mr. Chairman. So the city will be renovating the Ambler Horton Playground in 2021. And